Good evening, everyone. All right, thank you for coming out and spend some time with us this afternoon. At this time, I will call this City Commission meeting for March the 23rd, 2023 to order at 6:30 p.m. With that, I'm going to ask for roll call, please, Ms. Stone. Here.
Vice Mayor Ambrose.
Here.
Commissioner Gunder.
Here.
Commissioner White.
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Thank you very much. With that, we are going to stand. We're going to have our invocation, and then we will follow that with the pledge. And our invocation tonight will be done by Mrs. Dowdy.
Father God, we're coming before you tonight to thank you that we have the freedom and the privilege of coming to meetings like this. Father, we thank you for our community. We thank you for the population of our community. And we thank you, Lord, for those who are serving our community on the commission board. Father, I want to pray for each one of them. I want to pray for each employee of the city, Father. We're so grateful for the quality of men and women that serve this community. And so we ask your blessings upon each one of them. And Father, we ask you especially to guide and direct the thinking of the agenda tonight. And may every decision and may everything that is said and done, Father, be pleasing in your sight. We want to please you. Now, Father, again, thank you for loving us. Thank you for letting us be here. And now will you bless each one of us as we participate, and we ask it all in the powerful and matchless name of Jesus, my Lord and Savior. And I ask all those who love the Lord just to say amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Dowdy, I thank you very much. At this time, we will move on to item 3, approval of the agenda.
I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, it has been motioned and second that the agenda be approved as printed. All those in favor respond with aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Okay, agenda is approved as printed. Motion carries 5-0. Our next item is item D, approval of consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and second that the consent agenda be approved as printed. All those in favor respond with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. All right, consent agenda approved 5-0. Our next item is item E, which is a special presentation on Equal Justice Initiative Community Remembrance Project.
Good evening.
Good evening.
To the Honorable Mayor James, members of the High Springs City Commission, thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Valoria Kelly, and I currently serve as the chair of the High Springs Subcommittee of the Alachua County Community Remembrance Project. Myself, along with several other members in the audience, Ms. Andrews, Mr. Wilson, thank you for being here. We are here to provide an update on the work being done in High Springs, to thank the Commission for the support and cooperation we've received from the city's staff, and to ask that the Commission consider actively partnering with the High Springs Subcommittee on future projects. By way of background, the ACCRP, the Alachua County Community Remembrance Project, is a countywide collaborative effort to document and educate our communities on Alachua County's history of racial and economic injustice and equality with the ultimate goal of providing healing. This conversation began in Alachua County in June of 2018 with the Alachua County Board of County Commissions began this process of truth and reconciliation. In August of 2020, the commission adopted a policy that included participating in this nationwide initiative for truth and reconciliation. There are subcommittees in each of the municipalities that make up Alachua County. Since this initial meeting, subcommittees have sponsored educational events, some soil collection ceremonies, as well as historical marker ceremonies in Gainesville and the city of Newberry. In High Springs, to date, we have held one online community forum on March the 3rd, 2022, to inform and educate the community of the nature of our work and High Springs' history. On May 12th, we were extremely proud to partner with the Alachua-Nunezville Subcommittee, Monty Oak Gordon Laycross, to host the Essay Award ceremony at Santa Fe High School. The Equal Justice Initiative provided $6,000 in scholarship cash awards that went to Santa Fe High School students for their winning essays. And I must tell you, our young people are amazing. They wrote some amazing essays. It was a very diverse crowd, from 9th grade to 12th grade, and I think we were well represented. In June 18th of last year, we partnered with the Douglas Historical School Society to celebrate Juneteenth. And I don't know that we've celebrated Juneteenth in High Springs. It's been a long time, but I do know members of the community. I remember seeing Commissioner Ambrose there, some members from the chamber came out to celebrate with the community in Catherine Taylor Park, and we had a great event. In August 18th of last year, we held an in-person community forum at the old school center, and I think I remember seeing Commissioner Grunder as well as Commissioner Ambrose at that event. And again, it was, we had 25 residents who came together, a diverse audience, to talk about our history and where we go from here. Our upcoming projects, we have planned a soil collection ceremony here in High Springs on April 22nd over at Catherine Taylor Park. Again, we appreciate the staff approving our permit. We are looking for partners in the community who quilt. The quilting committee is working on a commemorative quilt, and at some point when it's finished, we will present it to the city and hope that you all will accept it. And so if there are community members who quilt, I really would like to meet them. And finally, we are partnering with the University of Florida's Department of Museum Studies on a project to construct a web-based heritage trail for sites of Black history or interest to the Black community throughout Alachua County. Often when we hear about the history, it's always, well, something is happening in Gainesville. Well, this project it's designed to expand throughout the county. My hope is that people will get online. They may research or see the sites that we've identified here in High Springs. And they may come to High Springs and want to visit, and hopefully they will shop and they will eat and, you know, spend some time in this community. And so we are extremely proud of that project. The university students, we've kind of provided them some sites. They're doing the research. They will bring the information back to us, and then we will share it with the communities to make sure that we are representing what the community wants to see. So, thank you for your time. Again, I would like the commission to consider partnering with us further. we certainly would welcome you to attend the soil collection ceremony on April 22nd at 10 a.m. If a member of the commission wants to participate in the ceremony by way of helping with the lighting of the commemorative candle or offering a prayer, your participation would be welcome. So, thank you. I don't know if there are any questions for me or.
I don't have any questions, but my older daughter has worked with Jordan Marlowe down in Newberry, and the soil collection ceremonies they have there are profound, and it's really impactful to the community.
Yes. I see more members out in the
I'm so
hall.
glad to hear that you're doing this.
Yes, I was expecting Jordan here tonight, but I don't see him, but.
He's a busy guy.
Yeah, he was gonna be my moral support. I came in the room and I was like, oh my Lord, all these people. But thank you all again for hearing me, and if there are no other questions. I
Yes,
appreciate
ma'am. So leading up to the soil collections, you're gonna need to collect soil
Yes,
from different areas.
that is correct.
And I think most of those areas belongs to the city. One area will be here, the soil will come from here, City Hall.
That is correct.
Other soil will be coming from Pine Hill Cemetery. And the next soil will be down by the sinkhole, next to the peanut mill. Because they don't want to go on private property.
That is correct.
But if we can get soil from the city eastway, that'll be great. And if some kind of way, once we dig the soil, and they dig the soil up, Mr. Thomas, somehow we can get some soil to replace the soil that was taken up.
And if there are members of the commission or the community that would like to be part of that soil collection, when we do that, we welcome that participation. I will let the city manager's staff know as soon as we have that date. And again, we welcome you.
How do we contact you? Does the city manager have your contact information?
Yes.
Okay.
And it is, I had, one of our brochures was part of your meeting material.
Right.
But it is, my contact information is there,
Okay.
and I guess I could leave these maybe with Ms. Stump. These are extra brochures.
Okay.
Thank you. Again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for that information. You did a very good job.
I think he wants to speak on behalf. Damon.
Go right ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Damon Messina, 18976 Northwest 240th Street, High Springs. I was the past Recreation and Parks Director for the city of High Springs. With Ms. Kelly, we've had several discussions in the past regarding the Remembrance Project, and I truly advocate that the city would partner with their organization. I think it's time, and she has done quite a bit over the past several years in communication with the Parks and Recreation Department, as well as the Douglas Society, and I can't say enough. Every time we provide some sort of program, city-related, the Douglas Historic Society has always made huge efforts in supporting for whatever it is that we've done throughout the community. And I'm hoping that we could really try to find a way to come together as far as what they're trying to advocate. And I just kind of wanted to say that this is something that we've been really working hard for several years. And I hope the commission would make the decision to partner with them as far as running fundraisers and et cetera and things of that nature. And that's it. I just kind of wanted to say that, and appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Is there anything special we need to do to go ahead and partner with them? I guess just make a motion.
Fine, if you'd like to do that. To allow them to collect the soil from the city properties.
Absolutely. Then I would put forth a motion that we partner with them and we assist them in any way possible to make sure that those things get done.
Second.
Okay. Been properly moved in second that we partner with the program for the Justice Initiative. All those in favor respond with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. All right, we shall partner with it. Okay, let's move to our next item, which is item F on unfinished business. It's our first resolution.
Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and read this resolution by title only. This rescinds the prior resolution terminating the solid waste franchise. And as you are aware, the next item in the packet is the entering into the agreement via resolution by mutual consent. So I'll read this resolution first, and then we'll move on to the second item. Resolution number 2023-D, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of High Springs, Florida, rescinding and repealing resolution number 2023-B, which approved the termination of the solid waste franchise agreement between the City of High Springs and GFL Solid Waste Southeast LLC beginning May 1st, 2019 through April 30th, 2024. Providing for authorization, providing for an effective date. The appropriate motion is pass resolution number 2023-D upon its reading by title only.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments, discussions, questions?
I appreciate staff working this out and making it a clear path forward, so thank you.
Anything else? No comments? Yeah. Any public comments?
I make a motion if you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, 2023-D.
Second.
Be approved.
Okay, it has been properly moved in second that resolution number 2023-D be approved.
Mayor James?
Yes?
Vice Mayor Ambrose?
Yes.
Commissioner Grunder?
Yes.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, we move along to item number 2.
Second part of this item is the mutual termination, and this is resolution 2023-E, a resolution of the City of High Springs, Florida, approving that certain agreement between the city and GFL Environmental to terminate the solid waste franchise agreement between the city and GFL Environmental, making certain findings of fact in support of the city, approving said agreement, directing the city manager to execute and bind the city to said agreement, repealing all prior resolutions in conflict, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is pass resolution number 2023-E upon its reading by title only.
Comments from the audience? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 2023-E as read.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second that resolution 2023-E be approved.
Vice Mayor Ambrose?
Yes.
Commissioner Grunder?
Yes.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Mayor James?
Yes. 0. Okay, item number 3. Discuss, consider, and act on the ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the City of High Springs.
Number 2023-1, an ordinance amending the adopted fiscal year 2023 budget of the City of High Springs, providing an effective date, providing for conflict. Appropriate motion is pass ordinance number 2023-1 as read by title only.
Comments, questions, commissioners? audience. Okay, moving right along.
I make a motion, we approve ordinance 2023-1 on second reading.
Second.
All right, it has been properly moved and second that ordinance, oh, I lost it. What number is it?
2023-1.
2023-1 be approved.
Commissioner Greider?
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Mayor James?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ambrose?
Yes.
All right. Motion carries 5-0. Amendment approved. Okay. Moving along to our next item is citizens' requests and comments for issues that are not on the agenda. And I'm going to ask that, remember that we're only going to have one trip to the podium tonight. We've got a lot of people here in this room and in the hall. So we're going to make one trip tonight, and we are going to hold ourselves to our 5-minute limits. So I hope you guys will all work with me so we can have a orderly meeting. So anybody that would like to speak, now is your time. Yeah, I said for items that are not on the agenda.
How are you?
All right.
It's been brought to my attention the last few meetings that I was here that there has been comments regarding the paper straws. One thing I would like you to consider, all the commissioners, the restaurants have no place to put boxes. I feel environmentally we could better protect our community and our environment if there was a way to recycle the boxes that come from the restaurants, to compress them. Constantly putting them in the garbage, which is probably cost prohibitive as well for the city when considering their garbage removal. But having that ability to recycle and having that ability to break down those boxes could really do a big favor to our community. I just wanted to put that out there for your consideration.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, that's something that we talked about when we were going to be looking for new solid waste, isn't it? Having the option to have recycle bins as well? Okay, thank you.
My name is Nancy Piety. I am wanting to get a timeline, understanding that the commission does not post agendas up until a week before. I'm speaking specifically to ordinance 2023-02. My understanding is this should be on meetings on 4/6. A special meeting has been called on 4/13, and then another meeting on 4/20. I'm looking for clarification on that, please.
Our regular commission meetings for April are the second to fourth Thursday of the month, which would be April 13th and the 27th. April 13th and the 27th, I think it is. Yes, okay, and then the one on April 20th is a joint meeting with the county and the city commission. So the county commission and the city commission are having a joint meeting here on April 20th.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the purpose of the 4/20 meeting?
Every year we have a joint meeting with the county. It's always in April. It's usually in
Okay.
April. Yeah.
Okay,
We didn't have it with COVID. We only had it once, I think, because it was the video, so we just didn't. But normally we do always have it in April.
Okay, so the April 13th meeting then that is already on the books, that is the meeting in which after tonight and your decision on, I apologize, item 1 of amending 2007-32. So the 4/13 meeting is when you would be going forward with 2023-02. Is that correct?
The meeting is advertised for April the 13th.
April the 13th? Okay, thank
That's the utility district.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that
Yes,
is
ma'am.
advertised in the paper for, yes, April 13th.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
David Lynch, L-I-N-C-H. During the time that the last big development was being approved, several citizens spoke out against it and said they didn't want a large development of that kind. So there are a lot of citizens in High Springs that don't want any more big developments. I urge the commission not to approve any more big developments.
Is there anyone else?
I just wanted to speak to some comments I heard on the last commission meeting and then make a suggestion. The city manager mentioned that she was seeking equity to have the people in the city of High Springs, if they have to pay utilities, so should the folks in the utility district. I would have to say that there can't be equity in that situation because we don't have a voice, we don't have a vote. So I'd like to remind the council of that. And then also, if the proposal that you're making this evening to restrict the district to take the private ownership out, private homes out, that why don't you just redo the map so that the corridor of 236 just includes the easements, takes the parcels out up to that first exchange. And that's where you would start picking up the commercial properties because that's really where they begin. So if you were to do that, redraw that map, I don't think this would ever be a concern for anyone. So thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay. Any commission response? No? Okay, let's move into our new business. Under item H, business number 1.
Madam Mayor, this is an ordinance of the City of High Springs, Florida, amending sections of Ordinance 2007-32 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of High Springs, Florida, governing connections to the city's water and wastewater systems, providing for deleting and replacing in its entirety the requirements of Section 7 entitled Connection to the City's Water System Required, and providing for deleting and replacing in its entirety Section 8 entitled Connection to the City's Wastewater System Required, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. Madam Mayor, the appropriate motion is to pass the ordinance as read by title only.
Commissioners, comments or questions? Okay.
So if I understand what staff told me on this, and this is a direct result of the input from the last citizens meeting about the utility district. And the way I read it is no property owner along 236, unless they are a commercial establishment or a multifamily residence, like apartment buildings, would be required by the city to sign up for any city services because there happens to be a utility line within 200 feet of their property, which is what the main concern about them we direct. So this is the first step in helping provide those assurances that what we're focusing on is the commercial options and development out at 175, correct?
Correct.
Or
Out of
I-75, yeah. I appreciate how quickly the city attorney and city staff were able to bring this back to us. I hope it brings some clarity to where we're trying to move and why we're trying to do what we're doing, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. I would just like to get some clarity on this. This is a city ordinance. This is going to only apply to people who live within the city limits. Is that correct or not?
No, that's not correct.
It's
It
a
would
city
apply
ordinance.
to people outside the city limits that are contained within the special utility district.
And have we had conversations with the Board of County Commissioners on this to get their feedback at all on how they would handle it?
This is not something that they have jurisdiction over because it would be our utility district we're creating. And the service areas were already established long before I ever came here. So it's just following through on the service areas that were already established.
But if a resident we've talked about this before, needed to get a new septic tank put in, they would need to pull that permit from the county.
From the Department of Health,
We have
correct?
no say over that.
The Department of Health, when we spoke to them the other day, their wording to us is they cannot require somebody to hook to our utility district without us either having an ordinance in place saying that it's a mandatory hookup, or without our written express consent from us stating that we have capacity for them to hook to our system. They are telling us they will not require the hookup.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate that this ordinance was modified so quickly because of all of the input, but I think passing an ordinance like this prior to having more sufficient public input is a little hasty on our part, because I don't think, I mean, we have a joint city and county commission meeting coming up. Why couldn't we put this on the agenda to discuss with them at that meeting? Is that appropriate or not appropriate?
This doesn't really have anything to do with them. This is our utility district.
I understand I get that.
All right.
I understand that that's the perception, and that's how it should work, and I get what you're saying. But, you know, if you talk to the 30% of GRU customers that aren't in the city of Gainesville, you're going to hear a very different story. And I'm very concerned that we're on a slippery slope to doing that same thing.
We're not requiring hookup from the residents. It would only be voluntary. And we've spoken with, as the assistant city manager said, the county, and they have assured us that even if someone's septic goes bad, they want to replace or fix it, that they will be able to do that. So I guess I'm not understanding what additionally the want is.
We don't have anything in writing.
We do, it's right in front of you.
No, from the county.
Well,
This-
it's in state statute.
We're pushing this. I mean, this is a grant that was applied for in July of last year. And I appreciate you guys giving me all the information that I asked for. The time to be doing this kind of outreach was 9 months before, not bringing us a utility district to vote on with 1 week's notice. That's not sufficient community outreach, especially when we're potentially impacting people that have no say in who's sitting up here.
If they're not required to hook up, I'm not understanding what the impact is.
Well, this is an ordinance that we're passing. An ordinance can be repealed. An ordinance can be modified. You get 5 different people up here, that ordinance could be changed. Mr. Walker confirmed that was the case. We can change an ordinance anytime the commission wants to. Is that correct?
If you pass a resolution, it requires a resolution to affect an amendment to that resolution. If you pass an ordinance, it takes an ordinance to affect modification to that ordinance. The requisites for the modification are 2 readings, advertisement 10 days in advance of the second and final reading, and of course, majority vote on both those occasions.
So what you're saying is, yes, we could change an ordinance.
Provided that you meet those requisites, then you can modify your ordinances. That is correct.
Okay, so I still think that ramming this through as quickly as we're trying to is not doing something that's just potentially impactful to people. Doing it this quickly is not serving our utility, our own customers. I mean, I went back through, and pardon me if I'm going on here, but I know the commission has seen all this up here because we just voted on this wastewater facilities plan and water facilities plan recently. There are things in here that, I mean, I could read a bunch of stuff here, but many, many things that we need to be focusing on here within the city limits. And I think that this is where we need to be putting our effort, not going, 5 miles down the road. I understand and appreciate that the hotel owner wants us to be able to do this for her so she can build her hotel. I appreciate that that could bring business to the city. And I appreciate that the Welcome Center is under consent order. I looked at their discharge numbers. The total nitrogen that they're putting out there is not good. I get that. I really do. That becomes our problem. They could upgrade their own package system there. They could do some things there on their own. And we've had no joint conversations with the county about this. And when we're talking about county residents that we're impacting, passing this ordinance, I think, is reacting to the citizen input, and I appreciate that. But I think we could do this more constructively, and I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit and continue with the community outreach and wait until we have the workshop on this so we can get more input from people and involve the county. I mean, calling the health department is great. Paul's a great guy. I've known him for a long time. And I'm not saying that I don't trust folks at the county, but Alachua County is a unique beast, and a lot of people who move out here to unincorporated Alachua County want to get away from Gainesville. And I'm just trying to guard against that behavior following them here.
I want to address a couple things real fast. One, we're not voting on this tonight. This is, if you read what it says, discuss, consider, and provide direction. So that's the agenda item. So
Okay.
we're looking for direction on this.
Okay.
2, if you look at the GRU district, let's talk about that for a minute since you brought it up. The Fairbanks area is not required to hook up, which GRU was contracted to run sewer into Waldo. Waldo has a mandatory requirement. They're not running through saying everybody has to hook up to it. It's a very similar style district. We have a request to move it up there. Back in July, when we applied for this other grant, we were not required any of these things that we're doing right now. We were not required for that grant. For the water grant, the one we had to turn in by the 13th of March, we were required to do this. So we didn't have from July till now. We had like 4 weeks to come up with something.
Well, I saw the grant application for the water as well, and in that application, it did not specify that we had to use it on extending the line, that we could use it on infrastructure improvement. We need to do that for wastewater too, first.
But that was, the grant was to extend the sewer line out there.
Okay.
That was what that was for.
For the benefit of a business owner and a developer and the gas stations.
For the benefit of the environment and the benefit of getting it out there.
There are other ways to help the environment. I am painfully aware of that.
Well, I mean, but the point of it is the district itself is just establishing a utility district, which is not what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about our connection ordinance. Our connection ordinance did not address the utility district, which we discussed at the last meeting while we were talking about the utility district. This is addressing the concerns of residential hookups based off of what our ordinance said of the 200 or 250 feet of the property line. This takes that out of it. There is no, if it's agreed upon as it reads, no residential will be required to hook to it unless they annex into the city limits or it's a voluntary request. The health department will not make it hook up. Even if we came in and said it was going to be mandatory hookups, there's additional hoops we have to jump through to get to that point.
Well, I mean, if anybody out along that corridor wanted to be annexed into this city, they could voluntarily do that.
Correct, as long as it's not a finger-like projection, we could go in and, you know, anybody that wants to annex in, as long as it's, you know,
Absolutely.
contiguous and everything can annex in. But we're not forcing this. There's been some misconceptions with this whole thing. Outside of the connection ordinance, since we're talking about 180, you know, I've had people ask, oh, I've been told it's a levying taxing district. It's not. It doesn't affect solid waste. It doesn't affect law enforcement services. It doesn't affect fire services. It's strictly discussing water and wastewater. That is it. And the commercial and business hookups. As we're not going to residents and going to be knocking on doors saying, hey, by the way, we got a sewer line, come and hook to it. That's not the goal of this. The goal is not to force them upon it. I mean, could we change the map and just go in and right off the corridor? We could, if that would be the direction, if that's what y'all wanted to do. If you wanted to see the utility map, like the suggestion was, just to show the 236 corridor going down, that's fine. The reason we showed the property was for transparency, because of what the ordinance says is if you're within this amount of time or this amount of distance, you would have to hook to it because that's what the ordinance said. So if you want transparency, there it is on paper in black and white. If you want to reduce it down just to the 236 corridor, then fine, we can do that.
I think that staff making a move like this, it would force a utility district on the commission to vote on. The order of operations is askew. I mean, if you look at the org chart that's later in our packet, people are up here at the top, and they're speaking pretty loudly, and we don't even represent the people that are speaking loudly. Anything we do up here, in my opinion, and I understand and appreciate your earnest feelings about it, I do. But it's form over function, because it could change at any time. Well, you've got, there's a new Alachua County regulation, and now you've got a line there available. Sorry, 5 years from now, where you're gonna have to hook up. It's inevitable.
Well, and when we do our contingency and we figure out what our capacity is as a sewer plant, we're not counting those properties into it. And we won't be counting those properties into it. We factor in what we have here and what in that growth area for commercial could possibly go in.
Our capacity in the sewer plant, when we build the second one, because I've looked here, is projected to be at capacity in 5 years.
It'll be longer than that.
That's what the engineer of record who did this put in our thing. I looked through this on purpose.
Based off of what is currently approved, not off building trends. So if you want to start talking building trends, building slowed down by 70% at this point.
Yeah, for now.
So, we already know coming into this, we're looking at a phase 3 of the sewer plant. We knew that a year ago when we talked about phase 2. We've been talking about a phase 3. We talked about with ARPA funding, doing the engineering for phase 3. We've talked to Alachua about flipping some of our lift stations and looking at capacity from them. We're in the talks with Newberry on this regional sewer plant.
I haven't heard anything about that. I'm very much in favor of hearing more about that, by all means.
We've been going back and forth. I just had a discussion with the attorney's office this week. There's got to be some paperwork done, and they can't represent us because they represent the 3 cities that are involved, and they have assigned an attorney to us at their recommendation for us to use to draft the documents up on that, and that stuff will be coming forth here. That all just happened, Mr. Walker, Tuesday, Wednesday this week? That was going to be part of my staff discussion tonight, was just to bring that up to let you know that's where it's going. So we've signed the letter of intent that we intend to move forward with this. Now we're at that next phase. So all these things are being looked at.
There's a lot to talk about, and we're going to be doing strategic planning. We're going to have a joint city-county commission meeting. I think
Absolutely.
anything other than just keeping this open for discussion at this point is too soon. If you look through this report, we don't have the capacity for this. We don't. We approved a 2,000-unit subdivision. We can't pretend that we care about the environment if we're going to do that. That's my own personal opinion, and you guys know how I felt about that. But the demand on the aquifer for 2,000 residences is profound. These are people who are living on 1 and 5 acre lots. They have their well, they do their thing. We put utility lines out there, and as you've said before, developers are calling you all the time. There's an 88 acre parcel out there the developer wants to develop. Let him do that. 1 acre, 2 acre, 5 acres.
But that's already at the city limits. I mean, they're coming whether we want them to or not.
I thought that was up by the interchange. I misunderstood
No,
that.
that's closer to town. That
Okay.
one's up here. I haven't talked to any developers as far as residential stuff up that way for subdivisions. We've talked to some commercial, have reached out, so.
I think that the reason why you're getting so much feedback on this is because we could have been having conversations about this, and Ashley and I disagreed on this in terms of, her feeling is that you get the grant and then you talk about it. My approach would be different. If you're considering this kind of grant that would have this much of an impact on people outside our municipal boundary, the time to have that conversation is beforehand. This could be part of a big picture 10-year plan that we're talking about when we're doing strategic planning.
Well, and unfortunately, right now, there's more money available for water and sewer than there ever has been. And these grants are coming in short cycles. We don't know about them 6, 8, 9 months, a year down the road. Just like some of the CBG stuff we're working on right now. We just found out a week, as a matter of fact, I think it was yesterday or Monday, I found out that cycle just opened. So we don't find out about some of this stuff until the last minute. And then you got a 30-day window to get everything prepared and put in. So,
And that's fine. I mean, this wastewater line that was applied for, though, back in July, I would still say that the first time people at 236 are hearing about it should not have been at a meeting here where we're supposed to vote on forming a utility district. That's not respectful of our own community. It's not respectful of them. They could have known about this beforehand. I would have loved to have known about this beforehand.
and as we got closer to figuring out if we were going to do construction or not, or even if the commission was going to accept it and move forward, we could have had further discussions on it. At this point, that water grant came in real quick, it was like, I think February 27th, and we had to have it in by the 13th of March.
That's the water grant. I'm not talking about the
So the
DEO
sewer
grant.
grant was.
I'm talking about the
was
sewer
a Hail
grant.
Mary like we talked about. That was like, hey, let's see what happens, see if it sticks.
It was
We got funded for
still
it.
a Hail Mary 9 months ago. We should have been talking about it.
I would like to add something to this, is that you don't have, as we discussed at the last meeting, you don't have to accept that grant. I mean, you can say you don't want the grant. Just because we get it doesn't mean you have to take it.
I
And
agree.
we discussed that, so there is time still not to take the grant.
But we had to pass a utility district in order to take the grant, right? That's what you said at the
Not the
last meeting.
wastewater.
No, we had to pass a utility district or
To
have it in
apply for the
reading
water
to
grant?
apply for the water grant.
I misunderstood that.
We move
Okay.
to Newberry and we link up with Newberry, like everybody seems to be interested in. Are we gonna need a utility district then?
We'll probably need, we'll need one to run our stuff
So
in
we'll
between
need
here
this,
and there.
we'll need
Yeah.
this ordinance then, so we'll be talking about this then too.
Yeah.
So
We'll expand the district to, where our line's going that way.
I hear, I don't, for the people, obviously, I'm gonna get clarification from the attorney here, but it sounds like we're not gonna make you hook up. I love the gentleman's idea of, redrawing the map. I love that idea. I love it. If that's gonna keep y'all comfortable and at ease, then I think that that's a movement that we need to put forward. One thing I will say for our community, which I still think y'all are part of our community, I'm sorry, but I do. Growing up here, I never knew a boundary line, so I wouldn't have been able to tell you one way or the other. But what I will say is that when I was running, everybody told me they didn't want us to grow. They didn't want to move. They didn't want the big developments. I get that. That is a way to bring some other tax dollars in here, though, because the roads are, let's be honest, the worst now than they've ever been. Luckily, we've been doing a good job this year of doing double the projects we had planned on before, but these things cost money. Where's that money gonna come from? If that's a way to bring some in, I think we really need to talk about it. And our intention is not to get you guys hooked up, and if redrawing that district prevents that from happening, and I would take it, Mr. Walker, that would be ironclad, legally wise, where not, the county couldn't challenge it, nobody else could challenge us on that.
That's correct. I think on all points that you've made, there will be a utility district south of town. There will be this utility district. It's within our province to establish that district. This district is dedicated to primarily sewer. That's the whole purpose of this, is that we are in a high recharge area as far as our groundwater is concerned. So if you have industrial, commercial, or intense development, that there's a great deal of nitrogens and other particulate from waste discharge. And in many occasions, the wastewater treatment facilities are inadequate or problematic. So with that background and framework, the legislature is trying to get a reduction in the nitrogen content into our Floridan aquifer. Whatever you put on the top of the ground here goes to the Floridan aquifer almost immediately in our area. And this whole ridge on the western part of Alachua County is impacted by that. So that's the effort that the legislature is bringing forward through this grant program. So it's your province to decide what that district is going to look like. And my suspicion, I have not had communication with the county commissioners on this or the county attorney's office, but my suspicion is that this is protective of our environment. That's the whole purpose and background of the extension of the wastewater treatment plant facilities. So that's the purpose of the grant. That falls within Section 180 of the Florida statutes, and that gives you the power as a municipality to effectuate this benefit. That's what this is all about.
I'm in favor of pushing out there as long as we redraw the map. And I'm interested to hear from the citizens to make sure that that's not just one person's feeling, but that's everybody's feeling. If we can redraw that in order to help High Springs, but also give you guys peace of mind as well. That's important, I think, for everybody up here on the commission. It's not our intention to force, I saw numbers upwards of $15,000. I couldn't afford that right now, I'll tell you that right now. So we're not, that's nobody's intention up here. That's no staff member's intention either. I know it's contentious. I know it gets that way. Everybody's passionate about it. We understand that. But we are not looking to put that burden on anybody. We're going to be doing something like this anyway. If we do push to Newberry, we do push to Alachua. So something like this needs to go in. But I do agree. I think, I always think more conversation is better than less. So I want to hear from you guys tonight on everything. We got time, so let's talk.
So we're not discussing the district tonight, are we? Are we just discussing to move the language out of the ordinance?
This is the ordinance language as to hookups.
For the hookups.
That's right.
Yes, this is-
Connections and hookups is
Yeah.
all this relates to, not the district.
This is not related to the district. This is for the hookup, changing what it used to say. Basically, this is changing, saying you don't have to hook up. Am I correct?
Basically, the language, the ordinance that was written in the language that was put in there came from the comments at the last meeting where many of the homeowners said they did not want to hook up. So we changed it so that homeowners outside the city do not have to hook up, but they can request hookup voluntarily if they want to. And then Bruce and I talked to people from the health department, the highest up people there, and they confirmed that if someone's septic or well, if it was in disrepair, needed to be repaired or replaced, that they would approve it. That they would not say, there's a line in front of you, so you can't, you're forced to hook up. That would not be the case. They still would not have to hook up. So writing this ordinance was supposed to give people assurances that they would not have to hook up.
Okay.
Can we get that in writing from the county?
Yeah, it's actually a state statute.
Yeah, that's
Actually
even better.
has in writing that you only are required to hook up if you're over so many thousand gallons, and that typically will be like apartment complexes, heavy users. The average user is well beneath that number.
Perfect.
So then it's going to be more meetings on about the district. Then that's what I'm hearing.
Excuse me?
It's going to be more meetings about the district.
Yes, however you want us to do it.
Okay.
It's not required by state statute, but we can hold more meetings about the district.
Okay, and that's the part I was trying to get to. I'm trying to say we're not talking about voting on the district tonight. All we're talking about is changing the language in the ordinance to protect you all.
Yeah.
That's what this meeting is about tonight. For about the district, that's not on the agenda tonight. Just for clarity. I don't want nobody leaving saying we voted on change the district. That's not what we're trying to do tonight. And basically, we're just discussing it tonight to give the city direction which way to go with this ordinance. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yes, there's no yes or no on this ordinance. This ordinance is, honestly, like I said before, it's to give people reassurance and let them know we're listening to them. So
Yeah.
if there needs to be another way we go about things, then that's what this is on there
If-
tonight for.
If the citizens or the commissioners agree to having another meeting about the
For the
district,
180 on the 13th.
about the district, about the district, we can discuss that and say, let's put that on the agenda to, y'all come in and discuss the district. But again, this is not about the district. We're not voting on that tonight. This is about the change in the ordinance that you don't have to hook up.
District will be discussed at the April 13th meeting. That's what it's advertised for.
Okay. And then,
Just to let you know.
and then if y'all want, when the county meeting is?
The 20th.
That's a little bit. So, just for clarity, I don't want nobody to leave out and think we're voting on the district. Now, that's not what we're talking about. We're not even voting this tonight. We're just discussing it.
We actually already had this on the agenda for the joint county meeting that we were going to discuss with them.
Okay.
And also the main topic relating to that was the right-of-way, if the district should be established, and if this ordinance was to be something that people wanted. So,
So I guess the question is, ask them, do y'all want the ordinance the way it's written now, or the old way? Okay, all right. So that's, I know we keep talking about the district, and it's not
We'll get comments from the audience, so,
about the ordinance now,
about the hookup.
about the ordinance. Not about the district, this is about the changing the ordinance, just for clarification.
Right, changing the audience concerning who has to hook up and who does not. So if you want to say,
Goes along with that or not. I'm getting confused. I'm sorry.
That's
But
why-
I am, the district and the ordinance and all, and I'm not understanding, and I was going to try to just clarify. So, have y'all finished the sewer hookups in High Springs? Oh, I'm Wanda Wilson, and I was born and raised in High Springs, Gainesville, then moved here when they brought me home from the hospital. Haven't lived anywhere but 1 mile out of town, down a dirt road, which is now we paid to pave it ourselves. So I have a heart here. I don't shop anywhere hardly ever except my hometown store, Winn-Dixie. Publix is great, but I love serving my people in my community, and I shop here in High Springs, Florida. This is my home too. I love it, but just love it. My point is, has everybody got sewer yet in High Springs? Is that grant going to help them for that?
do we? I don't know.
No?
No.
I understand big money in the motel, but wouldn't it serve you better to take care of home first?
So the way the grants work is the grants come out and they're for certain things and you have to meet the criteria. And so if we met criteria to put sewer other places in High Springs, we certainly would try to do it. Every grant that's come by that we meet criteria for, we apply for.
So it's worth it to go 5 miles out of the city limits, all the way to the interstate. And y'all said it was for commercial only? Is that right? That the hookup was for commercial only? Well, living out that way, I can't think of businesses out that way until you get to the interstate. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's what we
So that's gonna take all that money just to go hook up the motel.
Well, it's not just the motel, it'll be everyone around that intersection. And,
Okay, now you just made me confused because we don't have to do that. So you said it'd be everyone around
and
there?
any, it would allow future
Only
commercial
commercial.
businesses to come to that intersection. So people don't have to drive to Gainesville for everything.
I hardly do anyway. I have gas
So-
here, I have food here, I have, my
Right.
church is here. And the other thing I wanted to approach Mr. Walker, you were talking about the nitrogen levels for the septic and how this was all gonna be helpful. So I understand people have property and they can do what they want, but with your decision-making, I don't understand if nitrogen in our area, in our water aquifer, and I'm a spring girl. I grew up in those ice cold springs. I love that fresh cold water. I don't understand why then in such a dense area y'all would allow, y'all said 2,000 homes? And I also know that I was told that they have to build a school because of the number of people. You come in off 236, when I come into town, sometimes I am way past the school at the red light waiting in a line. You come out, you hear it coming from Newberry, the people out, the New Oak Grove area, not the New Oak Grove, the Mount Pleasant area, coming down that road. There, the traffic is horrible. How are y'all gonna handle that? Like, I don't understand how you can put 2,000 homes in this area when we're a locked in kind of little town. We have the river, we already have our boundaries. I'm not understanding. And I'm
So-
not trying to be smart. I really don't understand it, because I know you need to make money. I get that. I understand the businesses coming in. I get that to some degree. But I don't understand these large subdivisions coming into our town. And I can say from experience, my son and them have gone through this down in St. Cloud. They're now part of the whole Orlando, same type thing. And we don't want to see that here. Is that my time's up? Okay, well, thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Could I get an answer though to my question before my time is up?
If you're talking about the Bridlewood development, that's the larger development
The
in.
2,000, Sunny Tillman's property?
Yes,
is?
ma'am. So it's a lot more complicated than that. There was an existing plat. I don't remember the exact number off my head anymore because, it was approved a couple months ago. But they had a very large number of lots that were already permitted and on a plat from the 1920s. So the question was really, they were already permitted to do a significant number of homes. So it was, do you want it planned or do you want it not planned?
So was all of that property under that?
It
thing?
was a portion, but in the small portion, I can't remember. Bruce, do you remember the number of homes that were in that small portion? 1440. Okay, 1440. But then because there was an existing zoning on it, on those other amounts, they were allowed to do add that existing number from the other zoning. So it did push it over 2,000 for the whole property when you combined it all together. So. Yeah, so so essentially the entitlements were already there. It was just trying to take it all and spread it out throughout the whole property and not have everything just condensed in this one space that I think the lots were like 20 by, I can't remember what they were, 20 by 50 or something, all in a very small place that was already platted in the 1920s, and so they already had the rights to that. So we were trying to make a bad situation better, and that's how that happened.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Lisa Stevenson. I'd like some clarification on something. I believe I heard you say even if you live in the city limits on 236, it won't be mandatory for you to hook up?
No, if you live in the city limits currently, anyone that lives in the city limits is required to hook up if you're within a certain number of feet. I think it's around 200. I think that's correct.
Okay.
If a water line or sewer line runs in front of your property.
Okay.
That's been in place long before I ever worked here. And
That
it's
is going to be one heavy financial burden. Can you go back out of the city? I mean, they made us move into the city. The city limit sign is like in my driveway.
Yeah, we can, I mean, honestly, we can look at your property and see what we can do. We certainly want to work with people. And so if we could get your name and number so we can call you back afterwards so we can identify your property and
Okay.
see what options are available.
Yeah, because that is just, I mean, I don't have like $15,000 or $16,000. And I know at that point, then you will be pushed into like a federal loan or something like that. I don't want to do that to ourselves.
We don't want to do that to you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want that done to me. So I understand.
Yeah, so I'm hoping maybe we can go back because our property, like there's, and the person next to me, it's like 1 point something acres and 1.7 I mean, you're not even going to be able to water your lawn because we're not on like a little teeny, piece of property like in Bailey Estates or something.
Yeah, and there's other things, like if you wanted your residents hooked up, but then you could still have your well for irrigation. I mean, there's options there, but we can definitely look at, some of this stuff is a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
So we can look at that, because we
Right.
want to help people.
All right, I can give you my phone number.
Yes, if you can give it to
If you want to give it to the
assistant
clerk or
city
Bruce,
manager.
that would be appropriate. Okay. Next, your name, please.
Hello, my name is Jessica Caseso Pallet, and I'm in the unincorporated area. So my big thing is ensuring that that verbiage is correctly distinguishing from the residents, because that is a big deal, and that is a huge conflict. So I'm about 70 or so yards from my county line. Well, of course, my residence sits right on the embankment, of course, correct? So I've done the research, and we are looking at $12,000 to $15,000. And I've served Alachua County, and I serve as a volunteer here for the city because I as well adore this city. We moved here because We love this area. We were in Gainesville and we moved up, and this is where we want to make our home. This is where we're raising our children, and in an economy that is already inflated to a maximum, where we can't afford simple things. That many of us are going into farming for, getting chickens and getting eggs because we can't afford $8 eggs. To put a bill of $12,000 to $15,000 on these households, it's impossible. That is not right for, and I do respect every individual here. I did not vote for you, and you do not represent me, and that is not fair for my family to financially be burdened over a decision made by individuals that are not representing my family. So that is my big dilemma, and I want to ensure that we're heard on that case, because we just can't. We can't. My husband is law enforcement, and we don't get paid enough. Our income to our household is not enough to take on a bill of $12,000 to $15,000. So I understand that you're saying that it will be revised, but that needs to be ensured that this revision will never be changed due to High Springs desiring to get that income to be right back into their city. And I agree. I put into the city of High Springs. My children are in the sports here in High Springs. We grocery shop here at the local Winn-Dixie. We come to the local churches. We are ingrained in this city. So to do that to people that we can't vote for you, we can't say, please be my representation, and you make this decision on my family and put us in a hardship, would be devastating and very selfish. So I just want to make sure that that is aware. I called several different companies and I said, if this is something that's put on my family, where will we lie financially? And that is a sad thing to think that somebody else's representation can put that on my family.
Where is the $12,000 to $15,000 number coming from?
Those are the local Gainesville plumbers.
Well, you're back now, but. And as we're trying to say, we're discussing this ordinance, we're hearing what everyone is saying, and we are trying to craft it so that you are not, because that isn't the intention of us doing this. And can you have assurances that it will never change? Part of government, you don't deal with hypotheticals. You deal with real concrete things and a concrete ordinance, and that's why it's not easy to change things. And that's why we're starting with the discussion process and giving direction to staff. So we want to craft it, you're being heard, and eventually you're going to, when we're concluded with public comments, we'll give direction to staff, and eventually a first reading on a change will come back so that we've got something in writing backed up by state statutes that helps accomplish what you're asking and still allows us to meet the need out at I-75.
May I read the language that's in here?
I'd love to hear the new verbiage. Yes, ma'am.
So the language that's in here for the people that live outside the city limits, it said, the property owners of all single-family homes used for human occupancy situated outside the city limits of the city of High Springs in the city's utility service district, that's assuming if it was created, shall not be required to connect to the city's water system, but may do so voluntarily at the owner's expense in accordance with city's ordinances. So if you want to voluntarily, and it's in front of your house, you want to connect, you may. But that clearly states that you will not be required to connect.
And that's great for High Springs, but I just want to always ensure that Alachua the county doesn't come back and say, you've got a line there.
They can't.
You should. Well, we have to guarantee. That's my big basis. I don't want to ever be bombarded that one day I'm sleeping fine in my home knowing that we're safe financially and then be bombarded with that. Thank you,
Bruce,
ladies
do you want to
and
respond to that?
Make you hook up under the state statute. So,
Evening. I'm John Hopkins. I live in the county off of 236. I don't want to agree with everything this lady just said. And as far as the cost goes that you're talking about, it's just a lot of rumors going around. So I think we have, as they say in the movies, a failure to communicate here. So you all just need to get this broken down clearly, because personally I freaked out, when I heard all this, because I just spent $6,000 to replace everything, to do with my well, my water purification system. I don't want to be on the city water. I want less government. I don't want to be involved with you all. You know, I come into town, do my business or whatever, but we need to get the language clear. Several of you had good points. You know, we don't have to move forward now, but we get that language cleared up, get it out to everybody so everybody stops freaking out. Thank you.
The language is on
The language is in the ordinance that I just read, that's online, that's in the agenda packet.
Okay. So please, everybody, just go to the City of High Springs website and just pull up that agenda, and it's got all the language in there. Maybe we can put that
We can put it,
like right up on there somewhere, so somebody can just hyperlink click to it real quick when they go to the thing.
we can, Kevin can get it out there.
Yeah. I will admit I'm not the greatest with the www. I'm just not.
Good evening. My name is Thomas F. Williams. I live out on 236. Have lived there since about 1948. We have adequate water and sewage out there. My road frontage is about 900 feet across the front of my property. My house is like 1,000 feet from the road. Your 200 foot that you say from the property, now is that going to require me down the line? These ordinances change. Somewhere down the line, are you going to mandate? Are you going to come in and say this property is now in the city limits? If you don't want to hear a bunch of static, you better make that clear in the writing, because there's a lot of people upset over this. And I feel they have a right to be. And if it were your property, you'd feel the same way. Another thing, many cities, as they put water line and sewer line down in front of people's property, they assess a tax per foot. I'd like to see in that writing, there's not going to be any such thing as that. And I wish you well on getting your project done for $2.4 million, because I personally have laid telephone cable from High Springs to the interstate a couple times. I have a sinkhole that's full of rock from your last sewer project, because I allowed them to dump it in there. And when you start boring under I-75, that's going to cost you a bunch of money. Your pipe has to be in sleeves, and your sewer pipe and your water pipe can't be in the same ditch. So you're going to dig 2 ditches through all that rock. Thank you for your time.
My name is Kenny McNeil. I was born and raised right here in High Springs all my life. I'm listening to your city commission said 2-3 weeks ago y'all decided this is what we're going to do. But what happens when the next city commission comes in and says, hey, you know, that's previous. We had an agreement then. Now we don't have an agreement now. We're brand new. This is what we're going to do. My property's on 236. I've got friends of mine sitting here, theirs on 236. You know, I've got nothing to do with High Springs. I didn't vote for any one of you. I know some of you, and I think the world of some of you. I love a lot of people in High Springs. But for you to sit there and say, hey, this is what we're going to do, and on a short notice, that's not fair. It's not fair to anybody in here. I don't care who's sitting here. That young lady there, I think she agrees. It's just not right that, you know, I didn't vote for none of you. Maybe I'd have voted for all of you. But I didn't vote for any of us. So now you're making decisions for me, where I spend my money, you know, and the next election, this young lady might not be here to protect us. And the ones that are that are leaning towards it. Maybe they won't be here. Maybe there'll be a different group. But hey, we decided we're going to have another ordinance, and guess what? It's changed up, and this is what we're going to do. This isn't right. I mean, granted, you want to go out to an annex I-75 out there, good. I knew when Bob, they moved Florida Welcome Station out there. It started out as Little Hardy's, by the way. And here we are, annexing something out, not annexing, but putting it out there, and then all you got to do with a vote, say, this is what we're going to do for you guys. I don't represent you, but this is what we're going to do for you. And it's just not right. And I believe most of the people standing behind me here kind of agree with me that, hey, I think that, you know, just this $2.4 million you're getting, I don't care. I'm proud of all the progress. But why put it on us on short notice? I heard about this last week. I've been out of town, so here I'm coming in town. And Mr. McNeil, we're going to put a water line in front of your property. We have to be on 236. And we're not going to make you hook up today. But guess what? When the next commission comes in, they say, well, we need some more money. Now we're going to make you hook up. You know, why don't y'all put that in writing? It won't, ever amen, that it won't happen. I bet you won't do that. But hey, for next week, y'all will say, hey, we won't do it. And I'll shake your hand and say it won't do it. Them handshake deals are long gone. My father said, hey, son, when your hand's no good, your word's no good. Guess what? Very few politicians, I've got people, relatives that are in politicians, and he'd agree, he's standing right here, he'd agree with me. So if everybody thinks like I do, you know, it needs to be not pushed through, as that young lady there said, and I appreciate your thoughts, by the way. But it's just not right. I don't care who you are.
If we redraw the map so the residents aren't in the utility district, then that should hopefully take care, that should hopefully take care of it if we only put the commercial properties in there, because then this ordinance only applies to people in the utility district.
That's correct. But what's going to happen next week when you're no longer sitting there, she's no longer sitting there, and we've got somebody else, well, we've got a pipeline there, and you've got to hook up to our sewer line and your, because we in High Springs say that's what you got to do. And that's what you're deciding for me. I didn't vote for you. Maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't, but hey, at least I'd like to have my thoughts on something that's affecting me. That's my property. I bought, paid taxes on it, paid for the property, fixing to build a house on it. I'm gonna pay for a lot of permits. And so you're sitting here, you don't live where I'm living, you know nothing about me, but you're making decisions for me that has nothing to do with me at the moment. But the next people that come in, and I know, I can tell that you're wanting it out there, and I understand that. But anyway, y'all know how I feel. Hope y'all feel the same.
My name's John Landman. I, of course, live out on 236. In fact, my property fronts on 236. Let me make two quick statements. Number one, I am in total opposition to the development going on in the area. I've lived there 20 years, lived there for a reason, don't like the idea of the development. As been stated, probably can't stop it. Second statement, I believe you are doing your duty with this change in the ordinance. I'd like to see us get on with the vote on it, if I understand the agenda. The third thing I will comment to this gentleman's benefit, I worked for most of my entire career for a major corporation. I won't name it, but it's one of the top food producing corporations in the country. I learned very quickly from a lot of cost reduction and other projects, you cannot project or know what the future will bring. I mean, I'm going to stop there and let you people mull that over, because you're doing what you should do based on current things, but there's no guarantee as to what the future will be.
Hey guys, Cassie
Hello.
Evans, live right off 404, have for like 20 years. I also would like to just know two things. Where exactly are the maps being published? And when they're published, how are we getting comments on them? Obviously the meetings, but in addition to that, I found out by Facebook, probably like most people here.
right? The communication has not been good. I moved to 404 for a reason. I grew up in Kentucky. I grew up in the country. I moved to 404 because it was undeveloped. 3 gas stations and a dilapidated hotel. I don't understand how putting a waste and a sewer line all the way out there is actually going to help the environment or do anything other than lay the foundation for future required hookups. Period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, can you bring the map up, please?
We are working on a revised map and a direct link to the specific.
Okay. Okay.
On the floor. Hi, I'm Drew Allman. Just put the map up. My turn? Okay, so I'm Drew Allman. I live out in the unincorporated Alachua County on 236, like everybody else. Found out from Facebook. To reiterate what everybody else said, I'm a business owner, I'm a contractor, I've worked for developers. I've done sales a lot of my life. Just some advice, if you guys want to push things like this through, there's a lot better ways that it could be handled. We have city website, you have city Facebook pages. I mean, try to get the information out there, put signs out. I think then people won't feel like it's being pushed through. I mean, I'm all for development if it's done responsibly. I guess one of the questions I have, do you guys have any idea how much the project will cost in total?
Okay.
My other
The amount that we're applying for is, when you put the water and wastewater together, it's around 7 million.
Okay. That's to run the lines all the way out and then connect to the existing treatment plant?
It's to run from the city limits to connect to get to the interstate.
Okay. And will there be, how many lift stations will be along the way, and do you guys know?
Thomas can talk more about that. But there's one lift station that would be required for the wastewater, and it's, it can handle it.
Okay. I guess the other question is, if it's voluntary, the people that are going to connect, it's done voluntary. One question I would have, is it 250 feet to the property line or to the house?
It would, so for people that are living not in the city, it doesn't matter the footage, you won't be required at any footage.
But in the city, is it 250 to the property?
I need to check with Bruce on that, the assistant city manager, because he's the one who mainly does this, either 200 or 250, and it's from the property line usually.
Okay.
Oh, 200, okay.
Oh, the 200, okay. I guess the question would be is if there's not enough people that opt in and you guys don't have, if the grant doesn't cover the cost, where does the shortage get picked up?
The grant covers everything but the design right now, and we're trying to look for more grant money for the design.
But when it goes to like if, let's say like.
Oh, yeah, if it's bid and it costs more.
Well, yeah, because I've done a bunch of infrastructure projects. PVC is out of control, the cost, and hard to get. And I mean, I almost broke even on a project like last year because the pipe went up so fast, and the company that I had a purchase order with canceled my PO and said, we're not selling you the pipe at that price, and it was twice as much. So I guess the question would be, if you guys don't have enough money, can the municipal utility district, can it be assessed? Even if we're not connected, if we're in the district and we're not connected, can there be an assessment? And this would be, I guess, a question for Scott. If there's no assessments to a utility district if you're not connected to the utility and you're in the district?
No, it would not be an assessment to the private property owners that are not connected. No.
Okay.
Even if you're connected, I don't think there's an assessment. This isn't that type of district.
Okay. And I guess where would that language be found, or?
It's state statute. The state statute explains what a utility district is, and it's, there's some states where there are assessments.
Right.
This is not one of those.
Okay. And then I guess the last question I have, if I can, is the grant language, is that available online too?
We don't have that available, but we can get that to you.
Okay. How would I
You
get that?
please give your name to the assistant city manager or the city clerk.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Penny Richardson. I've been about 28 years at 404. And my concern is, once that's there, doesn't that open the agenda to then annex us into the city and then hence turn around and get property taxes for the city?
Not unless you voluntarily want to annex. There's a lot of properties. It would take so much. It's not a priority right now. Again, I can't ever say what future commissions are going to do, but annexation is voluntary. We can't force you just because you have a line in front of your home to annex.
Okay, so you can't, okay. And then I was just wondering about the environment as far as at the hotel, is that where the lift station is gonna be, or at the hotel is gonna be the treatment plant, or?
So you're getting to public works questions, but there's an existing lift station that can handle it already that's in the city.
Okay, and then what is I would like to also have my name taken so I can get the grant information, because what I read was that you might lose the grant if you change that verbiage.
So, so at the next, in the creation of the utility district, due to all the public comment, we can still change it. I think the first round through, it was not recommended that at that time we do. We've done some more research since then, and so we can change that verbiage in that ordinance.
That won't change the grant at all for you.
No, we're going to submit, we want to make everyone comfortable with everything, and we're going to change the verbiage. I'm going to put, but since, you know, we might need to go back through first reading again if the verbiage is changed. So that's a question for the attorney.
And that was the thing, is that what is the notification? In other words, you already had a meeting about it, and then it wasn't until I heard something from Facebook, and then I, of course, notified everybody I know, and I mean, it almost felt like if we didn't get in here tonight, it was going to be over. So what is the truth on that?
So there is no notification required by state statute. We understand the interest and the impact on people. So that's why this one tonight was for direction. It was not for action, because we are trying to do better, and we will make extra efforts prior to bringing back the utility district ordinance.
Would you just be putting it on your platform, or do we all leave our names and numbers, or you put flyers at the mail?
So I think the best thing to do would be for us to put it on our website and to put something on social media, kind of explaining it a little more, and a link to our website where the information can be found.
Okay, and if I understand right, you were discussing it at the county-city meeting in
So
April?
we have a city-county meeting. What will be on the agenda is the right-of-way, to be able to use their right-of-way should we get the grant. But the utility district, they don't, if we create it, they don't really have a say. Like someone said, well, what if the county comes back and they're saying, no, you have to do this, and no, you have to do that. Well, by state statute, they don't have that authority.
Okay.
So there's no, like, we don't ask them for permission to do this, because this is within, this, by state statute, that's not how it works.
And though you can rescind ordinances and change them, is there anything, any kind of verbiage you could put in there for a guaranteed for 10 years or anything? Or you just
That's
can't do
an
that?
attorney question. I think we can't bound for future commissions, but that's.
correct.
So theoretically, it could change next year, theoretically.
It could, but that's, I'm never going to say what the future is, but I can say right now, there's no intent for that to happen in the future. We have enough things that need to be done within the city to ordinances. That is not something that currently people would come back. I think this commission, I'm going to speak for people, like, if they pass this, it's very atypical for them to come back and change what they just passed, unless there's some really weird reason why I don't see anything that could come up.
Okay, and then what type of, with the traffic already getting really bad, since I've started here 28 years ago, it's a
completely different world, but what would happen at I-75 and 236 if you live there with all this construction going on? And so this is water and sewer, am I to understand? or
Right
just-
now, we have a grant for wastewater, and we're going after the water because it makes sense to do the water at the same time as sewer. Although it's, obviously they're two separate lines, it's still some efficiencies doing it at the same time.
And then that would be back up to discussion whether we'd be forced to do that, or?
No, this is actually for water and wastewater. The utility district is created for both, and the same language for water and wastewater is the same, that you would not be required to hook up to either, and that hookup would be voluntary outside the city limits.
Okay, well, I sure appreciate it. And as far as the development goes, well, back to the congestion on the road, what would happen then, do you know?
I do not know about the congestion on the road. I can say that typically what happens is that as development comes in, they have to do traffic impact studies, and the road has to be able to handle it and meet certain criteria, or they're not allowed to develop. Yeah.
If y'all
So-
do that, then it's a done deal, right?
Yeah, I understand. That's just how it's supposed to work.
Okay, well, so that is gonna be done though, a traffic impact?
As development comes, the county's growth management, they would handle that, not us, because it's outside the city limits, but that's typically the process, and their processes are actually more stringent than many of the cities.
Okay, and this all started because the hotel offered their land, or just part of their land? or-
Well, it wasn't all started from the hotel. I mean, our service area was established a very long time ago. The service areas were established not just for us, but for the different cities. And so when that's established, it's kind of like you're going to be the provider one day. And so with all the water and wastewater grants coming out, like as I said earlier, you see what criteria you're going to meet. And so, there was the hotel need, as well as two other businesses under consent as far as having environmental
So the gas
issues.
stations are all want this then? The gas stations do? I wouldn't think they
So
would want
the
it.
engineer talked.
Time is long gone.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brad Riddle. I have a question, and most of y'all know I am a plan board member. The reason I want to ask this question in regards to running these lines, and it will help me with some of my decision-making down the road with other developments. How are we going to maintain adequate pressure all the way out to I-75 with the existing plant that we have now?
The existing, so that's an engineer question. I can tell you they've already looked into it, and they have told us that it can be maintained. Bruce, the specific question was how are we going to maintain adequate pressure with what we have existing now? On the wastewater?
Water or wastewater?
In water. Water, sorry. Water makes more sense.
Water is gonna get its own well field up there, and it'll be run back to town, not the other way around.
So does that mean that would kind of be a backup water supply for the city of High Springs?
Eventually,
to tie them together?
Eventually, when we tie them together, yes.
Okay.
And they've agreed to dedicate land should the grant go through, so we wouldn't have to pay for any land.
All right, thank you.
I know that I spoke in open comment, so I wanted to be sure I could speak again. So I have a real quick question. As we just put the new map up, so this would be a new proposed map.
We need to go back and
I
revisit
understand.
it.
This is the map that Tristan kind of seconded earlier tonight. Is everybody in agreement?
That was what I gained off the discussion.
I was gonna say, I see a lot of head shaking, so I just want to make sure.
So this is the first time I've seen it, so it's probably done just quickly, based on,
Absolutely. Kevin literally just
yeah.
did.
So, I would just like to go over it one more time to capture commercial and make sure no more I want to capture all the commercial and make sure we didn't capture any residential by mistake.
Okay, so based on this map, as I'm looking at it right now, and based on the fact that you just said if no residential is collected, right, scooped up in there, So this would be the map. You just stated, and I want to be sure that I'm clear, you cannot bind new commissions or any change in your commission. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you wanted to pick up any residential, you'd have to, again, expand the utility district.
Which you just, and I want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, which you just said, you hold no need for notification to anybody of.
There's no statutory requirement, but we
There's
we
no
will
statutory
we will try
requirement.
to, get some more information out.
No, there would be notice.
There's
Madam
no
Mayor.
statutory-
Wait. I'll answer your question. Madam Mayor,
Yes.
the only way that you can establish a special utility district is by ordinance, number one.
Okay.
So there would be notice as a part of the passage of the ordinance. First of all, the establishment of the original ordinance. Secondarily, if there was a modification to that, you would have to do that by ordinance, and there is notice requirements in the state statute as to how you would go about that process. So there is a notice requirement. Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Walker, correct me if I'm wrong, that's state statute 166.041.
That's on passage of ordinances.
Yes, on passage of ordinance, it's section 3A.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can,
Yeah, and so
happy to pass this forward and see
So-
if I'm
I don't need it.
reading this correctly.
But thank you.
And I'm sorry because what I was talking about is no additional as far as like with planning and zoning, we put signage, we send letters, that type of notification. So the ordinance stuff, we do that for all ordinances, but there's not additional requirements as far as the letters and the signage and stuff.
Okay, I apologize, because you just said we do that for all ordinances.
Oh,
But the previous ordinance, 2023-2, we didn't receive that.
So there's two readings
Yeah.
of the ordinances, okay? There's, Madam Mayor, we have first reading that does not require a notice provision, but the second reading of the ordinance does require a notice provision. So yes, that's how the process works.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's why by process, the 413 meeting was then put on the website, is that correct? Because that notification had not been done and it's required by law.
For the second reading, it has to be advertised at least 10 days prior. So it is in the paper it's also in the Alachua Today.
Alachua Chronicle?
The Alachua Today.
Okay.
And it is on their website. It is now required. They have to have it published on a website. It's on that one as well.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, because I want to make sure that I have this and I want to make sure that everybody behind me has this. If you pass this and then future commissions or, just you guys in 6 weeks, whatever, say, oh, okay, so we passed this, we got all of our grants, we're all happy-go-lucky, we're going to go ahead and scoop up more parcels in here. You don't have to give any notification until 10 days before second read. So everybody could be caught again with their pants down, like this. Because quite honestly, if I wasn't here at the last meeting, what has already happened wouldn't have happened. So is that correct?
Madam Mayor, the requirement of the statute is to advertise 10 days in advance of the second and
advertising
final.
now.
Correct. In a newspaper, general circulation.
Okay. All right. It's being advertised out there now to let you know about the meeting coming up on the 13th.
But with your inability to bind any future councils, you guys could turn around and flip this right away.
We have to
It is
work
possible.
with what
It's
we have
legal.
today.
It
That's
would
all
be
we can
legal
work
to-
with.
But it would be legal to do that as a legality question, correct?
It would have to be rewritten, like the one we're doing right now, readdressed, and then it would have to be advertised again and go through the process. It just couldn't be, we just can't
Just
go and
can't
say, okay,
change
we're
it.
gonna change it next week. It would have to go through this whole
The
process
whole thing
again.
again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Lorene Waltrip. I purchased a property out here 10 years ago. It has a mobile home on it. All the people have asked pretty much all of my questions except one that you guys haven't answered. You've said that I wouldn't be required to, because I don't live in the city limits, I wouldn't be required to hook up to city water. That is correct, right? Okay. I plan to build a house on that property when I pay off my property in 5 years. When I build a house, will I have to hook up then?
No.
Being a new build?
No, you
Okay.
will not.
Well, all my other questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Anybody else?
So just out of curiosity,
Name,
you know,
please.
What is that?
Name, please.
Logan Malfers. This is to bring in tax revenue, I assume, and benefit the city. But I don't understand how it's going to bring business to the exit, because I mean we see abandoned hotel there that didn't make it. It's been there for like 10 years, and I mean everybody's hearing because having a well is cheaper. So why would businesses then be drove into the exit to build?
So there will be no taxes, to get that straight, no taxes from the utilities going out there. The way the county works, the reason the hotel is sitting there like that is because there's no water and sewer. They need the water and sewer to be able to finish the build. They cannot get the approval from growth management with the county, were they not to get the water and sewer out there.
So they came in and built a whole hotel without any plans on having.
I don't know how that worked. I wasn't here when that happened. I'm not the hotel owner, but I know they need the water and sewer to do it, and that's why it's sitting there. So it's kind of blight that we're also trying to help clean up some of the blight at that intersection as well.
Okay, I was just curious. I went back to them. My well is on a separate Clay Electric meter, and I went back and looked at it. For this month, I paid 95 cents in electricity. So I'm like, there's no way y'all can provide me water cheaper than I already have water. So what good are y'all going to do business? But I guess you answered my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elaine Williams. I live on 236. My recommendation is to send the grant back. I know you love to get them, but I don't see where it's going to benefit you that much. It's hurting all of us. And I hope y'all will think about that real carefully.
All right.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Barnett. It might have been answered. It was hard for me to hear, hear back there. But I watched the last meeting, and it was my understanding that there was 2 grants. You got a grant that you didn't think you were going to get, so that's why you pushed everything through without doing your due diligence. I would like to point that out. You didn't do your part. And I'm going to go off on a little tangent about that. It makes people not trust you when you don't do your part. You should be representing us. You should be communicating with us, and you didn't do that. So now you have people here that are upset, and we're asking questions that, had you contacted people and you communicated and you showed transparency, I don't think as many people would be blindsided. But anyways, so there was 2 grants. You applied for one, you got it, and then now you're applying for a second one. And the YouTube video that I watched said the language had to say something like, residents will be required to hook up if we want to get this grant. I think that's what it said. So now you're going back and saying we're not going to require people to hook up. How is that going to affect the grant that you applied for?
So what we will likely have to do is redo first reading again on the utility district and change the language, and we will send the DEO, who is the person, the agency that we're sending the grant application to for the water. If the new one goes through, they will get a copy of that. I think at the point of the meeting, we didn't know at that time what we could do and what we couldn't, so we were just trying not to touch anything right now
until we had further feedback and knew like what we could do and what we couldn't. So now we're going to go back and do a new first reading. Unless we can go straight to second reading. I don't know. That's a lawyer question if we can go straight to second or not. But I imagine with that big of a change, we might need to redo first.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. I have one question that I forgot to bring up before. Understand that the city is liable for the engineering costs on both of these grants. Do you have any estimate of what those engineering costs will be?
So on the water, we are so far they say that they're still looking into it, but they think we may be responsible for the engineering. So that's what we are planning on. We have not gotten an amount back from the engineer yet on what it's going to be. It will be a couple $100,000 likely, but we are also looking for more grants to see if it can pay for that. So, and that's not unusual.
Oh, I understand that. My background
yeah.
is cost engineering.
Right,
That's
so
the
you
reason for the
understand,
question.
yeah. So,
What about the sewer one?
it's all encompassing.
Pardon me?
It's all encompassing. So it's included.
Anyone else? Okay, I don't see any movement.
Madam Mayor, I have a suggestion. I spent about 10 years in litigation over land use issue.
Okay.
And one of the issues, what solved that was the city's agreement to provide additional notice if the use expanded. And so you can bind yourself to more notice than the statute requires. And listening to the commentary tonight, I think the residents are afraid that this will be modified at some point down the road. When you establish your district, whatever that district is, one of the things that you could do, you can't bind a future commission, but one of the things that you could do is say, look, if we're going to modify this district, we're going to establish notice before second and final reading or even at the first reading. You could say, we're going to have a display ad in a newspaper of general circulation, or you can do something of that nature so that the residents in this area could come here. I mean, this is the finest part of government. You have the ability to come to a city hall and say, look, we don't agree with what it is that you're doing, or we do agree with it, or comment on it. And one of the comments that I take as constructive criticism this evening by the citizenry is, hey, what if it's a legal notice ad and we really don't see it? And how do we get additional notice? Well, you can bind yourself for those kind of things. That's something that you could do. And if the citizenry at some point in time says, no, we don't want this modified, then I think that will impact a future city commission. But that's something that you could do that would be protective of the citizenry. So, I think the point that we talk about is we engage in this public discourse, and there's ideas that are brought out of the discussion. One of the comments this evening, or actually it was several of the comments this evening, were along that line. And that's something legally that you could do if you want me to play with that language and bring that to you. I'm happy to do that at your meeting where we will be talking about the special district.
Everybody extended period of notice of what's going on. Do we have any comments from the other commissioners regarding that statement?
Madam Mayor, I have a question, if I could, it seems to me like the overwhelming feel here is that it does sound to me like we're pumping the brakes, we're not voting on the ordinance, we're just discussing the language.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any opportunity, and this may be a question for Mr. Walker, is there any opportunity for us to walk back passing the utility district and start new with conversation, or would that be harmful Is that even a possibility?
Well, it's been alluded to a couple of times this evening. I'm always very reticent to pass an ordinance that we start here and then we modify it in the process. So it's very likely, I'm gonna study that we would need to go through first reading again. Whenever you have a substantial modification like that, my advice is always to go back to first reading.
Okay,
So that's
okay.
the likelihood of where my advice will be. I'm going to look at that issue a little bit.
And that's with respect to
Okay.
the utility district, because like Commissioner
ma'am.
Williams said, we're not voting on the ordinance that requires hookup, but if we had significant modification to the utility district, we would go back to first vote. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I understand.
That will be my study, and that's what I'll look at. But the very substantial likelihood is that we're going to go back to first reading.
Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate it.
And then the other thing, Madam Mayor, I'm getting the direction from you all to add some language as to notice. If this utility district is ever modified, then we will provide enhanced notice, not just the 166 notice. It'll be more disseminated in the public.
Okay. Everybody agree?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, I just wanted to thank everybody. I think all of the folks here did a really good job. They're passionate and understandably so. And I really want to thank you guys for coming out and taking the time to share with us because we need to hear it. Logan, it's nice to see you, but you didn't bring your mama. And I'm just saying, I would have liked to have seen her.
Okay. Nobody else. So we're gonna move along. We now know what we're doing.
All right, perfect. So we're gonna redraw the map, and we're gonna.
All right.
Look at some binding language, right?
Let's look at item 2.
Okay.
It's the ordinance as well.
I gotta go to the restroom. This is not my topic.
Madam Mayor, this is an ordinance of the City of High Springs, an ordinance amending Chapter 10 alcoholic beverages of the City of High Springs Code of Ordinances, lifting restrictions on off-premise package sales and on-premise consumption of alcoholic beverages, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and providing for codification. Appropriate motion is pass the ordinance as read by title only.
Changing shifts, some of them leaving,
Yeah.
some coming in.
When,
We're waiting. Okay, I think we're ready. We'd like to get started back with our meeting. Okay.
it was Tristan's, he put it on there.
I was just wondering if we should close the door because it's kind of loud.
Okay.
Yep.
If they'll stand in the door, y'all can come on in and close the door, please.
How many more people are out? How many more are out there? We need to leave it open?
If it's still people out there, we need to. If they can all come in, that would be good, but if not, yes.
How many people are still out in the lobby? We can't see. Okay, so Commission, do we leave the door open? Okay,
leave it
can
open
if they can just
still
be
out
quiet,
there.
we want them to be a part of the meeting. It's just, we didn't know how many people were still out there interested in this part of the meeting. So, yeah, no, we didn't know how many people were out there that still want to be part of the meeting. So we
Just leave
wanted
it
to leave the
open.
doors open, they just need to be quiet. Yep. Okay.
All right. All right, let's move to item number 2. It's another ordinance.
Madam Mayor, I've already read it by title only,
Yes, you did.
and I think it's on the agenda, again, for discussion purposes, but I
Yes.
put it on the, so it's your discretion on how you want to handle it this evening.
Mayor, may I please speak?
All right.
I don't know how you want to handle this. Commissioner Grunder requested this be on the agenda, and then I reviewed the ordinances of Newberry, Alachua, and Alachua County to come up with something that was in line with the other cities in the county. So I don't know if you want me to explain what's in the ordinance, or if you want to go ahead and talk first, Commissioner Grunder, how you want to go about this.
Well, I can just give some as to how I got involved with this and how we got here. Would be that essentially, when I was running, a lot of people came and talked to me about how they felt like High Springs could be moved forward and grow a little bit better and do a little bit better. And one of those things was that everybody loves High Springs, especially on the weekends. It's a great place to be. Unfortunately for us, traditionally, Sundays, this town is closed. There's just not anything going on. And part of those things is shops, since nobody's flowing through town, shops are essentially closed as well. They don't get the people walking by that would be downtown, so they miss out on money as well. So in an attempt to get more people to remain in High Springs on Sundays, instead of leaving the town and going somewhere else and spending their money somewhere else, and being able to open up for small businesses more on Sundays, this would be one of those steps in order to make it more convenient for a small business to be open, or a business that may want to come here now. This would make things easier, and I think it would prevent people from driving out of town to go grocery shopping before 1 o'clock. I think it would benefit most of the local businesses that will be open during those times, and it might stir up other businesses to want to actually be open. I had a lot of people call me for and against on this so far, and one of the big concerns is, I think the rumor mill was out there that this is going to be an open container thing and people are going to be stumbling around the streets. First off, we don't have that most days. You know, every once in a while, of course, like anywhere else, but we're not that kind of town. We're not the town that has those issues. Our police department does a good job, and frankly, our citizens do a great job of being very responsible. So I understand that concern, and I feel the same concern as well. I mean, my kids frequent their bikes around town. They walk. My wife's up every morning walking. You know, I spend a lot of time walking around town and spending time down there as well. I don't want anything to be more dangerous. And with my background in law enforcement, that's not what this is going to do. But I do want to help small businesses, and I want to open up High Springs for one more day a week. And I think this is a great way to start that.
All right.
Okay,
Commissioner?
Do you
Go
want me
ahead.
to go over the changes?
Go
Okay,
ahead.
so the ordinance impacts basically 3 areas. One is current package sales off-premise consumption. That's when you, like a gas station that has beer and wine. The other impact is on current package sales off-premise consumption of alcoholic beverage. That's more the liquor stores. And the third impact is to on-premise consumption restaurants. So for current package sales off-premise consumption of malt beverages and wine, it's permitted Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 12 midnight, and Sunday, 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. The proposed changes is all days from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m., and there are other cities that have this caveat too within the county. This is not unusual. The current package sales for off-premise consumption of alcoholic beverages besides malt beverages and wine, this would be inclusive of your liquor stores. Currently, it's Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 12 midnight. The proposed changes would allow sales on Sundays as well during the same hours. So you would add Sunday where the liquor stores could be open and sell alcohol during those times. For on-premise consumption for restaurants, the current ordinances allows the on-premise consumption at various times during the week. The proposed changes are 2 major changes, that on-premise consumption would be extended by 2 hours on Saturday. So right now, where it ends, I think it's at midnight, it would extend it by 2 hours to allow it till 2 a.m. the following day. And the second for on-premise consumption is that it would allow the extension to sell, mimosas, wine, alcoholic beverages from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sundays, so that people who want to have mimosas and those types of things that during breakfast they could. So those are the main changes.
All right, comment. Commissioners? Yes, you may.
Okay, so it's my understanding that this matches exactly every other city in Alachua County except High Springs, if we made these changes.
It wasn't exact. There were small minor changes between the Newberry, Alachua, and the Alachua County, but overall, this is what across the board was what it looked like.
Okay, and I mean, this, to me, it doesn't seem like a step to an entertainment district or anything else, because at the moment, I'm not in favor of that. I know when we first allowed Sunday sales, historically, Winn-Dixie added 3 full-time employees, and not because they sold a ton of alcohol. It's the people who were headed out to the Springs, or they were headed to a family occasion, or they were on their way home. People weren't going to Winn-Dixie, and after we changed it, they could buy all the other things. Winn-Dixie saw their increase in bakery, meat, ice, and then, other ancillary products. Alcohol was a minor part of it, but it boosted their overall sales. I know that the convenience stores saw a huge increase, and it was in firewood, it was in floats, it was in ice, it was in very expensive eggs and milk, because they didn't have to travel very far running from their campsite at the Springs. They benefited when we first allowed Sunday alcohol sales. The Great Outdoors had just made an investment of over $2 million to bring that business back to life in downtown. And as a restaurant, Sunday should have been their 3rd busiest day of the week, or second actually. So it varies. Sunday was their 6th worst day, and Monday was their worst. When they allowed Sunday alcohol sales, Sunday became their 3rd busiest day. They had large parties coming in to visit that building they just invested in, and those parties would turn around and leave because 1 or 2 people insisted on having alcohol, and it was only 11:45, and they'd have to wait. I mean, they couldn't have alcohol. But now they could at least have alcohol at 1, and right now, if you're around the Great Outdoors on Sunday, they lose business because people walk in, to have a family gathering or what have you, or on their way home from the Springs and they want to stop, and no one in the party can have an alcoholic beverage. So really, it's a way to increase value for our businesses. The brewery that's opened has been a great community partner, done a lot of work with community organizations, and it's often, very well frequented by family. And they can't be open because they can't sell food, so they're not considered a restaurant. So it takes a special event permit or something for them for the few times they're open, like Pioneer Days. We have to be reasonable and measured, and I think this is a reasonable and measured change that's being proposed, that we're doing what's being done in the rest of the county, for the most part, other than minor changes. I'm interested to hear what the citizens have to say, but I know it would bring value, and a lot of residents, they're leaving. I mean, you can go to Publix, and it's not like you're seeing shopping carts full of alcohol and liquor bottles, but people are doing their shopping so they can be home in time for the football game or the basketball game or the Final Four or whatever is going to come up. And they're doing that in Alachua and not Winn-Dixie because they can't get their shopping done before 1 o'clock unless they leave the city. And it makes a difference for these businesses. And if we're going to ask the local businesses, whether it's the Great Outdoors or the local convenience store that are really based here, to fund our teams and contribute and make donations and do different things and be a part of the community, then we should be supporting them and how we regulate them. So I'm overall inclined to support this.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, if I may, please. Commissioner Ambrose, thank you for that research. That was not a side of this argument I even thought about. I mean, I understand supporting our local businesses, absolutely, because the more robust our downtown is, the better it is for everybody. I do have concerns, though, in extending the hours from 12 midnight to 2 a.m., because the type of folks that are going to be staying out till that hour of the night are not us. It would be the young people. And I'm not in favor of opening up that can of worms for the young folks. I did discuss this with Chief Shepherd before the meeting because I wanted his input on this, since it could potentially impact his law enforcement agents, and it has not been run by him, so I would really like to get his input here in terms of how he thinks it would impact him from a law enforcement perspective. And for me, being able to buy alcohol at 1 o'clock on a Sunday, not that I would ever force this on anybody else, but I'm in church all Sunday morning, and I'm lucky if I'm home by 1. So I'm not sure we want to be attracting the kind of crowd downtown that would want to be consuming alcohol from 7 a.m. to 1. Now, if there was a way we could make a modification to the ordinance that would allow the brewery to open in the afternoon, just like a restaurant would, I think that could be a benefit, because then you're going to get people coming in off the river to go have a cold pint, and I think that would be great for them. I always figured that they were closed on Sundays because of God. I didn't know that it wasn't until Ashley told me that they couldn't do it because they didn't sell food. I'd really like to get Chief Shepherd's input as well, if that'd be possible. It doesn't have to be now, it could be later, but I'd really like for you to review it.
I hadn't seen the ordinance until now, and I'll be more than glad to talk with Chief Sandusky, if that's the form of restriction they have for the city of Alachua. I know the city of Alachua doesn't have an extensive crime problem either, so it's going to be a community that's similar to size and uniqueness with us. So I would talk with him and have some information for staff later.
Okay. Commissioner Williams, you all right? You got comments? Yeah. All right. Comments from the citizens?
When I first, Billy Dowdy again. When I first heard this was going to be, thank you. You're welcome. when I first heard this was going to be presented, I was just interested because, in fact, I had spoken with Antoine about where did we hear some time back about the safety factors of High Springs and what made High Springs such a wonderful community. And we were having trouble pulling it up. Then I found the site, Nietzsche's rating site, which is used all over the United States to rate small towns, cities, large states, etc. And so I was interested in pulling up the safest place in North Florida. And this was the statement that it began, and I have the website. I can let y'all have it later. But it says, High Springs is a town in Florida with a population of 6,216. That's, I think, a little behind right now. High Springs is in Alachua County, and it is one of the best places to live in Florida. Living in High Springs offers residents a rural feel, and most residents own their homes. In High Springs, there are a lot of parks. Many families live in High Springs, and the residents tend to be on the conservative side. The public schools in High Springs are shown above average, and now we are increased with Christian schools and private schools that have made our surroundings and education very high in importance. I don't know of anything positive to say about alcohol. I just can't say anything positive about it. Yes, it may help businesses sell it more, but it would just break my heart if I thought I had passed an ordinance and some kids got out there on a Sunday and had a crash and killed several of them, because now I can drink on Sunday and mom and dad won't know. So I simply ask you to be mindful of the fact you began your statement about what a wonderful place High Springs was. And you heard these other people talking about they've lived here and this is their home and they support High Springs, they don't want to go somewhere else. So the High Springs residents sustain High Springs. The visitors who come through are very helpful, but they are not the sustaining factors of our community. That's why you have to live in the city to be elected as a commissioner. You have to be in the city because we believe that people who live in the city care more about High Springs than those who live without it. So I would just ask you to be exceedingly cautious, exceedingly careful about opening our community to anything that could provide that much danger. Thank you.
Ms. Mayor, Commissioners, you know me, I'm the chair of the planning board. I hope to send you guys some stuff you like and some you don't, but I'm just gonna be here to speak on not my opinion, but some facts that recently came up through the planning board. And we've had people approach us of putting in taller fences near the downtown area, because right now they have a problem with people leaving the bars at night, defecating, urinating, and throwing up in their yards and trespassing. So if that's happening now, what will happen if you expand it even more? Thank you.
Once again, my name is Brad Riddle, and I'm on the plan board as well. I don't know if I have 5 minutes to get through what I need to say tonight, but I'm going to try it. First of all, under this ordinance, it says, whereas the commission has determined that removing regulatory barriers to business such as restrictions on the sale of alcoholic beverages for the purpose of attracting new businesses will encourage growth and development of the city, enhance economic prosperity, diversity, and opportunity, and where, after proper notice and public hearing, the City Commission has determined that it is prudent to amend the High Springs Code of Ordinances relating to the sale of alcoholic beverages. First of all, we don't need to fix what's going on right now in the city of High Springs. Number two, I would love for one of you commissioners when I get done, to explain to me how the extended sale of alcohol is going to enhance the economic prosperity and that it's going to create more growth in this community. What type of businesses are we going to have? Are we going to have more pubs? Are we going to have adult entertainment? I mean, I could go on and name a lot of things. And as you can tell, I'm trying not to get wound up because I'm very passionate about this. I don't know if any of y'all have ever had a family member or a close friend killed by a drunk driver. And I wish Police Chief Shepard would speak tonight, because I'd be interested just how many DUIs tickets are wrote in this community on a yearly basis. And when we extend those hours, I'm sure they're going to have their hands full. And for Commissioner Grunder, you can probably speak to this. I know you're in law enforcement. I hope that you don't support this. I don't know whether there's going to be an increase in crime or not. I guess you can check with these other small municipalities around here. They're out there painting all these murals now. When we keep these bars open late at night, what kind of people are we going to bring into this community? Are they going to start defacing and spray painting on all these murals? You know, and what really concerns me is how many lives will be lost to drunk drivers on the roads, such as 441, 27, 236, and 340. If one life is lost, that's too many. And I realize that we have drunks on the road at 5 a.m. and we have them at 2 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock. I'll stop right there. I'm not finished. But I do want to, the last thing I want to say is I saw today, coming in to High Springs on 441, our sign says, "Welcome to historic High Springs, Florida. Enjoy our good nature." Thank you.
Commissioner Board, my name is Patrick Jimenez, G-I-M-E-N-E-Z. I pastor Victory Springs Independent Baptist Church within the city limits of High Springs. We've got about 40 to 50 of our folks here tonight. You made an interesting comment, Commissioner Ambrose. You said, "I'm eager to hear what the citizens have to say." Your very next word was "but." And then you finished it off by saying, you've already made up your mind that you're for it. Are you really interested in listening to the citizens? You would have not put a "but" on the end of that. You all talked about the businesses and making money. The small businesses you're talking about, most of them are closed on Monday as well. Why? Those businesses sell liquor on Monday, but yet they close on, the businesses are closed on Monday. If they really were about making money, it's not about the alcohol. They would be open on Monday. So it's not about the money. And if we're going to follow a money trails lead you in the wrong way, because money trails don't increase your family, your safety, the morals, the standards in which the city's supposed to be built by, and the standards of which you committed to follow when you took the position you hold to make a better place for families. Alcohol has no moral quality whatsoever. See, I have the different line on what you all do. You see, you all make the decisions whether to sell alcohol or not. I get to clean up the mess. You see, I pastor. And not a single one of you ever has to sit down with a wife who's been beaten by a drunken husband and have to counsel her and help her. You've never had to counsel a little boy or little girl or the family whose young son is in a wheelchair today, paralyzed because his drunken dad with some of his friends tossed that little boy as an infant back and forth by his hands and feet and disjointed every joint in his body because of a drunken stupor. And that little boy's in a wheelchair today. I could bring in the Goins family, who right now, they can't be here because they're grieving the death of their son who got killed by a drunken driver while at work. I have to counsel these people. None of you have ever gone and had to conduct a funeral. As far as I know, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. If you had to do the funeral?
I correct you. I'm a pastor also.
I'll correct you as well. I've counseled many people.
Okay. Have you ever had to do a funeral? Someone who's been killed? I do those on a regular basis. family members grieving because of alcohol. We shouldn't make it more easier for alcohol to be sold. There's no good. There's not a moral, except money. And those families that have lost so much, they would rather have the person than the money. And if it was about money, why aren't their stores open on Monday? If it really was about the money does not make a better community. Morals and standards and standing up for what's right. Why go in that direction? It's only going to hurt. It's going to make my job a lot more difficult as a pastor. Counseling. I could bring those families right here and let those families stand in this very room and ask you, why did you make it easier to get alcohol instead of making a decision to protect our families? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Cook. I work out the Great Outdoors. I came here with an intent to be all for this, but after I've had to hear from my citizens of this great town of High Springs, I've had a little bit of a change of heart. I think we should consider both aspects of it. I think the way that it is right now, where we end at midnight, should not change. I think that alcohol sales on Sunday should, however, change, because I see it every day that I work on Sundays. People come in wanting brunch and they want their mimosas, and I have to reluctantly tell them no. So on that aspect, that's where I think we could change. But as far as like extending the hours, I don't think that that's a good idea. And I'm a young guy. I love having a good time. I'm gonna be honest with you. But as the pastor said, there's nothing good that happens after 11:59 at night. And all right, now I'll get to my speech that I had. Like I said, I work at the Great Outdoors restaurant. We are a restaurant that has been a staple in this community for nearly 2 decades. I do love this town, our community, and everything that we have to offer around here. I also take pride in being able to come together for reasonable debates such as this that relate to us. However, the law that we have right now, it needs a little bit of repeal and ratification. Like I've stated, for example, businesses like ours do take a loss of sales during that time period. And like I said, it is a perfect time to enjoy a Sunday brunch, a sporting event, or even the lovely weather that we have here in North Central Florida. And I can't express how often our customers do come in every day on Sunday. And like I said, I have to tell them no. Moreover, the experience for our out-of-town visitors that want to go to Jenny Springs or Blue Springs, whatever, and then come in Sunday morning and have lunch with us, and then go back to their campsites or whatever it may be. I think that it would be good for them, and also our local constituency that we have, that regulars our restaurant every week. We have to tell them, all right, 1 o'clock, guys, and then we're good. So I also think, I did a little research in our Constitution of these great United States that I don't know where exactly this law was initially put in place for, but I think I have a good idea that it was because of church, and I do think that there's the First Amendment that says church and state should be separate. I don't know how relevant that is to here, but I am a God-fearing man, and I do believe that that this is something that we all need to debate about, and I just want to thank everybody for coming in today, taking time out of your busy schedules, just like I have tonight. And I remain optimistic that we can resolve this in due time, and look forward to your continued support. And with that, I'll leave you guys. Thank you.
Vincent Cruz here. So I came here and I thought I'd hear a few things I wouldn't expected, but the first thing that I'm gonna say is we're going on 5 years here as residents of High Springs. We own property here. We own 2 homes here. We moved here for a specific reason. We had many cities around this area to choose from, and like everyone most everyone here, we chose this area for the same reason. But to have, like, hear what someone who may have a drink at 7 a.m. or questioning the integrity because someone's beliefs may not be, you know, the same, that to me, that was a little out of place, not expected here. So what I'm here to say is that, to me, from what I've seen in the, you know, the relatively short time that we've been here, is I've gone to the store and put a beer on the, you know, the turnstile at 9 a.m. on a weekend because we're getting ready to go to the river, and it's like, not a big deal. I mean, where I originally came from is full of laws like that. But what I see here is business practices that aren't always equivalent. So we have, and I'll call out the brewery as a perfect example, and I agree with the things that have been said about the brewery. You know, oh, you can open on a day that we celebrate a special event. You serve a particular thing, and you might not be a restaurant, but yet a restaurant can serve alcohol after a certain time period on that Sunday. To me, that just makes no sense at all. And that's really what I would like to see change. That's number one, is I think that's a really unfair business practice for many people who would be considering, you know, open businesses here. And I think, you know, people choose Monday, maybe that's tradition, maybe that's their choice, but that's what it ought to be, right, is a choice. If I'm a business owner in this area, like, and I look around, see all these people serving what I serve on a day that they have the advantage, I can't open my business because what's the difference, really? I mean, if it was all just, hey, nobody can serve alcohol on a Sunday, you know, you go for that battle, whatever that might be. But to really say that, hey, you have a business here, it's a certain type, and that all of a sudden now, which you can serve, you know, if you take the time of the week, yeah, it's a very small amount of time that we're saying, you know, you can't serve alcohol. I see it where I'm originally from, and I have no problem with those. And even as Josh said, if midnight's the night on Sunday, I agree with those. But, you know, to call out individuals, yeah, we always going to have that no matter where you are. Pardon?
Thank you. Your time is,
oh, okay.
See, it keeps
Sorry.
beeping.
I would go on.
Hello, my name is Anthony Paparola. I'm the Director of Operations for High Life Projects, which we run Great Outdoors Restaurant and the Pink Flamingo Diner. I'm speaking today in favor of this ordinance being passed. As someone who hasn't touched a drink in 2 years because of the ill effects of alcohol, I understand what my opponents on this issue speak about. However, I do not think that changing 2 hours here and there for 2 days out of the week is going to exactly turn us into Panama City Beach on spring break or Daytona Beach on spring break. I think that it gives us an opportunity to, as restaurants and as small businesses and in the hospitality industry, to further some business. I do see that every Sunday I work every Sunday from 11 a.m. till 9, and that not just those 2 hours would bring a boost to the economy of both Great Outdoors and Pink Flamingo, and I know many other businesses in High Springs. We have a very nice tourism industry here, and that's where most of these small businesses make their money from. And having tourists come in and be able to have Sunday brunch and be able to enjoy a dinner responsibly and a drink responsibly is something that I believe they should be able to do. You know, if they, as somebody you know, if somebody wants a drink, they're going to find a drink, whether it's 10 miles from here or here. And, you know, the idea is to promote a safe drinking environment and a safe environment, which I believe at, you know, Great Outdoors, we try and make sure everybody drinks responsibly. And I do not think that opening those, allowing alcohol sales for 2 hours, whether it's at night, 2 hours further at the night, or 2 hours before in the morning, are going to, it will impact business. I do not believe it will impact the crime in the community. Just because this ordinance passes doesn't mean I'm going to open at 7 a.m. with buy one, get one free shots. You know, like my hours are going to stay the same. You know, just because we are able to sell alcohol until 2 a.m. does not necessarily mean that we are. For the most part, my bar closes down at 12 o'clock no matter what, because there's no people there. So, you know, I think the opportunity is there for days like 4th of July or days like that where we can sustain some business, but I really hope that we can change some of these ordinances in order to help the local businesses. Thank you.
I'm Paul White, resident of High Springs, going on 7 years, former combat vet and a police officer, formerly in Georgia and currently here in Florida. I know all too well the impact of alcohol, drunk drivers. I've had to plug holes. I've had to do chest compressions on 4-year-olds. So, you know, I have very strong feelings about this. I consider myself a Christian, and I'm an advocate for the U.S. Constitution and everybody's constitutional rights. And I'm going to get ready to go into that. I do not advocate for an entertainment district because we're dealing with that right now in Gainesville. I know that's not what this is. I don't advocate for open container. Again, I deal with that every week. It's absolutely befuddling how that city council allowed that to happen. I know that that's not what this is. For me, it's all about the inconvenience of having to drive out of High Springs and opening myself up to other, it's just, I'm not the only one that would like to be able to go to my local Winn-Dixie on a Sunday and purchase alcohol to maybe go to the Springs and relax and enjoy myself on my off time. The only argument I've heard so far is pretty much a religious one, the old blue laws, all right? I understand this. I don't believe imposing certain morality on everybody else is the way to go. There is a concept of a separation of church and state. Firmly believe in that. Again, I didn't sacrifice, I didn't watch my brother sacrifice, give the ultimate sacrifice to come here and have somebody else's morality imposed upon me. That being said, I also don't like to play the what if game. Well, what if we open it for 2 more hours, or what if we open it on Sunday? You're going to get alcohol regardless of whether it's here in High Springs or Newberry or Alachua or even Lake City. It's going to happen. You're not going to stop a drunk driver. We know, those of us law enforcement know that all too well. It's going to happen. You cannot stop those people. They're going to get it, and it doesn't matter whether it's from alcohol sales here on Sunday. Again, for me, I just don't like the idea of doing what I do now, doing what I used to do, just to have somebody else's morality imposed on me when it should be my freedom of choice. And that's pretty much it. Y'all have a good one. Thank you.
My name is Ronnie Munson. I spent 29.5 years in the military. I am retired from the military. I retired as a first sergeant. I dealt with alcohol-related events, just like Pastor mentioned earlier, and I'm not seeing any good come out of it. This city will not be enhanced by changing hours. I stand against any change of the proposal that's up against, that's being made today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gene White. Live in the area, actually grew up in this area. Been here for about 31 years. Ironically, you call me a hypocrite if it makes you feel better. My dad built the bar in the great outdoors. I am completely against this. Alcohol has not brought anything good. If you go to Jenny Springs on the weekend, you will quickly realize that it's not a family environment. They don't even advertise it as you should bring your family there. Those people will be coming here to our town, and it will be very negatively affected. I really appreciate our, men in badges, people in the military. Their job's going to be harder because of this. I used to work at Publix years ago when it first opened in Alachua. There was many times I'd be driving home well after midnight after closing up the place, coming home. If the alcohol is on the road, easier to access, it's going to be even worse then. I really appreciate everybody. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
My name's Todd Masterson. I live here in High Springs. I'm a military brat. My dad was in the Air Force, and as the pastor said earlier, I was one of those kids. My dad was an alcoholic. I didn't learn, excuse me, I didn't learn until later on in my life that if it wouldn't have been for the good Lord above, that my dad and mom would have split up. That's how far it had gotten. I've seen nothing good come of it. My son was a police officer for 8 years in another town. He saw firsthand what happens in a town that had the alcohol. And I've heard it said numerous times here from different folks, okay, what's the difference of a couple hours? Okay, let's look at it from both sides. What is the difference of a couple hours? A couple hours is going to make you that much more money because you're selling alcohol for a couple more hours. The last guy just said the bar closes at noon or at midnight. So why do you got to be open until 2 o'clock in the morning? If it closes at midnight, close it at midnight. I don't see why the other 2 hours is going to do anything. And the other gentleman said something about when you come in, this is why we came to High Springs. They said, enjoy our town, enjoy our community. And I've seen it firsthand coming through town. The drunks on the streets, defecating, throwing up all over the place. And I said, a couple more hours? What is it going to be a couple more hours of people throwing up, defecating on our city? It's not worth it. It's just not. You might think it is right now, but always after we make decisions, and then we'll later on say, oh, hindsight's 20/20. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. I'm all for businesses making money, but numerous ones of them had already said, what's a couple hours? Thank you.
My name's Rick Babston, and I've been here for 40 years. And I've had a disadvantage. I couldn't hear what all the other people said, maybe saying the same things. I don't know. But what I have seen from High Springs in 40 years is a constant moral degradation year after year after year. It hadn't gotten better, it's gotten worse. I was asking out there, because I don't remember how long ago it was, the church that's now the playhouse right back of where our church is now. I remember when the big deal was can't have liquor served within, 300 feet or whatever it was. And that was the big concern. Yep, nope, we took that step, or y'all did, whoever before you. And that was step one. And you keep taking more and more and more. Every one of you, every one of us are born with morals. And you know what's right and what's wrong. And alcohol's wrong. Even a little bit, because some people can't handle it. 2 more hours, like they said. I mean, great day. How much time does a person need? And the loss of life, like's been said, I mean, statistics don't lie. But it troubles me that I've had to watch a moral degradation in a city that I love, and hopefully I die here, that my grandkids They're 8 and 5 right now. And, you know, I teach up here, substitute teach up here at High Springs. And they're not going to be able to see the High Springs I saw because it's a steady drop in morals. And this one right here is a big, big mistake. And I strongly urge you folks to not support this resolution. Thank you.
Jeffrey Connolly, been in High Springs now some 13 years. There's been a lot of issues brought up. I give you my backstory. Dad's an alcoholic, brother's an alcoholic. Alcoholism affects people. They're going to find it. They're going to find it anywhere. I think the proposed hours might need to be tweaked. That's my personal opinion. I actually believe those that are buying alcohol or come. I work at Publix. We get a huge business day on Sunday, and our liquor store opens at 9 a.m., not 7 a.m. As far as business generation, we own a business in downtown. One of the easiest days to close is Sunday in High Springs because the people aren't staying around, okay? It could be because they can't get their mimosas at the great outdoors, all right? It could be a variety of factors. I do believe that we need to change the ordinance. I didn't know it was unfair for whatever business you have. It will keep people in town longer. It will enable people to spend more money in town. Commissioner Ambrose, you brought up a great point. When we started selling alcohol, or when the town started selling alcohol, local businesses, even ancillary businesses next to those businesses, gained revenue. We want to keep our town thriving. The way to do that is support the small mom and pop open businesses. Almost every business in this town is owned by someone that lives and spends their money in this town. And some days we are forced to go outside of this town to spend our money. We're spending it. We're not spending it here. A fine-tuning of this ordinance is needed. The broad stroke of trying to match hours of other towns, I think we come up with our own. I think it needs to be fair. Whether you make your food on site or you don't make your food on site. If your business is in town, you serve alcoholic beverages, we need to have an ordinance that's fair for all of the businesses. That's my 2 cents. Me, is it going to change my behavior much? Not much. But I think it will keep the people downtown longer. And keeping people in town longer to love this city like we love this city is what's going to keep our businesses healthy. And keeping our businesses healthy in downtown is what's going to keep this entire city healthy. We have a pretty darn good thing going on right now. I think we have the lowest vacancy rate on businesses in town right now. There's a reason for that. There's a lot of us that have invested our sweat equity into it. Fine-tuning this ordinance is the right step at the right time, at the right stage that we are in this. You guys can decide whether it's 2 a.m. or 12. I know it needs to be opened up on Sundays because we are super busy at Publix on Sundays, and I can just guess that's where they're getting their groceries because they can pick up all their groceries, including what they're going to take home to watch the game. That's my 2 cents. I appreciate your time.
My name is Joshua Jimenez. I'm the assistant to the pastor of Victory Springs Independent Baptist Church in High Springs, Florida, here locally. Each of you have said that you value High Springs. You say it's a place of value, and we love the way High Springs is. The easiest way for High Springs to not be High Springs is to become other towns. And we've said, well, let's examine the other laws. Well, if we want to be High Springs, why would we examine other laws? Let's stay High Springs. It's been said that, well, we're not going to be Panama City and we're not going to be Daytona Beach. Well, they have those laws. We don't. That's why we're not. I agree that our morality should not be pushed on anyone else. I am a Bible-believing Christian, but I believe that God created everyone with a free will. You are free to do as you please, but anyone in military and anyone who's a police officer would disagree and say that they do believe morality should be pushed on people to a degree. That's why police officers arrest people who shoot people, because they do believe their morality should be pushed on other people to a point. And while I don't think that morality is the only subject here, I believe every town council should make their decisions based on 3 points. Number one, the facts. And the facts state that 18.5% of all emergency room visits are based on alcohol. 21% of suicides in America found people with alcohol traces in their body. Alcohol is the 4th leading death in America. If you look at the stats put out by the CDC, one person dies from a drunk driving related incident every 45 minutes in America. That's 32 people a day. If you were to add that up, basically, if we were to keep these laws, if we were just to say between the hours of 5 a.m. and 1 p.m. every Sunday, we would save across the spectrum of America 553 lives if every town in America had this law. 553. This isn't a law we should be abolishing. This is a law we should be selling to the rest of the nation, because this law literally saves lives. The second thing you should do is not only the facts, and by the way, the facts are against alcohol. I encourage you to go to the National Health Institute or CDC. They're completely against alcohol because the facts aren't for alcohol. The second reason we should base our decision off of is family. It has been said by some establishments, we're trying to make a family environment. You can bring your kids, things of that sort. But we forget that children of people who use and abuse alcohol are 4 times more likely to become alcoholic themselves. So it's not creating a better family, it's only deterring from our family. And the third thing, I personally believe that should attribute to our decision is faith. Why? Because a large portion of High Springs, the citizens do claim to be Christian. Therefore, they do have a large say in what High Springs is and what High Springs will continue to be. And call it pushing my morality if you want. I do believe, and if you believe the Bible, then one day you will stand before God. And wouldn't it be better to say that, well, I stood for a decision that, at least for half a day, we didn't do that alcohol portion of sales.
Kiffin Ayers, one of the owners of a place that's come up in conversation quite a few times tonight. And it's been interesting, all of the emotional elements and the perspectives that have been presented. A lot of it is this morality, that morality. We're not looking at the impact to employees, like Commissioner Ambrose brought up, with the giving of jobs. We're looking at it as employers are making money and they're greedy. Well, to be clear, my humility comes from Jesus. And as a seminary-trained minister who owns the brewery, I take, to heart everything that's being said. And so if we're pushing morality, then I have one to also push and to present that is equally rooted in a Jesus that finds compassion for the broken people who will never don the door of one of these churches. Sadly, they need to hear the Jesus that they're providing, very valid Jesus that those people need, but they will never go into that church because they're not embraced. Where are they embraced? They're embraced at Great Outdoors. They're embraced at High Springs Brewing. They're embraced in places, and it doesn't make us better. It just means that we're dealing with also people that are on a battered level of life. It doesn't make one better than the other, but it does say that there are people that are broken, that we all face, and that we are all hoping to make better people. We have, alcoholism in all of our families. It is not a hidden thing. And one thing that we proactively, as Christians, having alcoholics in our family, decided our children need to be raised in an environment where responsibility is established and understanding what alcohol is. And when we first opened, we had churches that wanted to come and meet at the brewery on Sunday afternoon after church to be able to have Bible studies and to interact with one another. When we go to church, believe it or not, on Sunday mornings, and we're coming back from Alachua, we have to consider, I want to buy a bottle of wine for Dad, who's also a minister. at a church. And so when we're talking about and we're skewing and we're confusing and we're saying Jesus is this and not that, we're really skewing things in an inappropriate fashion, and Jesus would not be happy with the way that he is being contorted. And our commerce is forced to another place because we don't have the option here at home.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tae Kim, known as Baram. Probably many of you know you. Thank you. I want to here speak not only as a business. It's not about the alcohol. It's not about it's about prosperity. I've been long advocating fighting the poverty and suicide, homicide when I was living in DC. I was a board of director for a local nonprofit dealing with a lot of violence, a lot of killing among the young people. A lot of them are related to drugs, not by the alcohol. We vitalized the city in Washington, D.C. by allowing shop to open more without the fear they're going to be mobbed by the gangs. When that happened, the crime laid down, murder laid down, everything went down when business prospered. Definition of a city. City is what's the function of a city? City is where you have a government, we have a commerce, people exchange services, and together, that's a city. The function of a town and city. If you're putting the handicap or weight on the business and commerce, not able to drive, well, we are not only destroying the young people's future, crime rate goes high. Actually, I did a lot of research. Crime has a direct correlation to depression and economic missed opportunity of economy. They do have a higher crime rate, higher murder, higher suicide, everything's higher drug addiction. So this is a United Nations report, Justice Department report, all the university, all of them are leading toward to depression, economic opportunity, lack of opportunity normally lead to higher crime. So I've seen a lot of young people dying with the drug addiction, a lot of them. I never know about the name fentanyl. When I was in DC, I was dealing with a lot of children with the heroin and cocaine. But here in this town, they have a lot of other new drugs coming. Those people are gonna use the drugs if there's no opportunity. We're talking about, can we create opportunity with the businesses coming investing money? I invest a lot of money in this town. I didn't make any penny last year. I pay my employee well. I'm very happy to see one of my employees used to make 20, 30,000. They're happy they're buying homes. They have a hope. They say, I made 50,000 on my W-2, I'm able to qualify buying a new home. She used to be busser in my place. I used to be server at kitchen making $11 an hour. Now they're making $18 an hour. Now they're chef. They're buying home. They have a hope. It's not about alcohol. Can we become the city with the prosperity? Young people can have a dream. They can. It's not about pushing alcohol to anyone. There's a business here. They don't even sell alcohol here to support. Bring more tourism. This is not the time. We don't have any tech job here. Can I speak a little few more minutes, if you don't? Okay. Okay. But I'll say it's about really bring everybody out of poverty. We're all doing together. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Robert Geiger, and I own a small cafe here in High Springs, and we are not open on Sundays. We don't serve alcohol. It's just me and my partner. However, I see the importance of businesses that do open on Sundays to have that opportunity. Talking with other business owners, one reason that so many are closed on Mondays is we don't have a lot of tourism Sunday through Monday. We benefit from that because no one's open, so we see a lot of benefit. But if we realize that tourism is a huge industry and it's clean money, every dollar that comes in to this community generally historically cycles through 7 to 8 times. Think about that. So you're paying your people, you're paying your electric bills, you're paying your mortgages, you're paying your rent. So I This is the first I've seen the written ordinance. I don't necessarily agree with the hours, but I would be open the idea of businesses being able to serve alcohol on Sundays and in package stores, because they are going to other communities and you're driving. I don't know, it's just, I think that with some modifications, this would be good. And the changes I've seen here in the 3 years I've been here have been amazing. When you look at downtown and these businesses, you have owners buying and refurbishing existing businesses like Decades and some others. It's amazing, and I'm excited to be here. And I appreciate everything that's going on. My father was an alcoholic. He died before I was 3, and that made an impact on me. I don't drink. I learned from that, and I try to educate people. But I still see that this could be a very positive thing with some modifications of the language. So that's pretty much it, and thank you.
Madam Mayor, council people, my name is Tony Ramos. I'm a resident of the local area. And I think it's probably pretty telling that not a single person has come up here and they've had a good story about alcohol, right? There's no story where, hey, I drink alcohol and I'm living a really great life. People only have come up here and they have had negative stories about alcohol has affected their lives, their family members' lives. When we actually look at the extra amount of hours that are about to be added here, we're talking about 8 extra hours in a week of 168 hours. We're talking about less than 5% extra, right? Is this really, I mean, this isn't even like a big deal, right? 5%. What is the desire, right, to change these laws? There are only negative benefits that can have, right? There are only negative benefits by allowing people to drink more often, to increase these hours, particularly after midnight, right? I mean, you would think some of the other law enforcement officers would know that. Nothing good is happening after 12 midnight. In fact, the DUI rates significantly increase after midnight, right, sir? We're a police officer. I would figure that you would know that. And I can say also as a combat veteran, right, the idea that the state is not enforcing morality, you are enforcing morality. You enforce it every day. Murder is wrong. Pedophilia is wrong. We punish these things. There are a host of crimes that the state has deemed are moral and is our area to intervene in. And there used to be a time in this country where this was another area that the state felt the need to intervene in. And I don't know about you guys, but the more and more that we have allowed alcohol into our civilization, I mean, have you seen a dramatic increase in the single motherhood, the single fatherhood rates, the child abuse rates? These things are not getting better. They're getting worse. And it's probably, in large part, due to the alcoholism that is rampant. And so, I think another notion that needs to be dispelled here, right, is the idea of the separation of church and state. First of all, a couple people have come up here and said that that's in the Constitution. It's absolutely not. It is never seen in the Constitution. In fact, the same person that wrote that there should be a separation of church and state in a letter to a church in Maryland, he's the same person that also wrote these words, that the Constitution is for a moral and religious people. Reconcile those two things together when we cherry pick things out. That's absolutely not the case. This country was founded upon Christian morals. That is what has made this country great. A belief and a recognition that we are not the sovereign entities, right? There is a creator and there is a God who we will eventually have to answer to. And you know what, council members? You have in your power the ability to make right and to make wrong here, and I choose and pray that you do the right thing.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Robin Todd. I live in the area. I attend Victory Springs Independent Baptist Church. I would like to see the same amount of effort go into enhancing the tourism. This is a sweet little town, and I am against this ordinance bringing more hours where people can drink. there's not another place like High Springs around here. I think we ought to put our efforts into making the tourism the thing that brings people. If you can't get a drink after church with your breakfast, these businesses should make something else that will draw the people. 2 for 1 or whatever, something else that will bring the families in and keep them here as opposed to serving alcohol. I just don't see the draw of the alcohol. But I did want to state that I am against this, and I hope you see the viewpoints of many of us that have spoken to you and vote that way. And I thank you very much.
Kelly Potter again. Hi. Tonight, I hear a lot of passion coming from the people of the church, and I appreciate that. But I think we all need to focus on the fact that this is not a conversation about the morality of alcohol. We are not, ironically, with even my name of my business, it is not about prohibition. It is not about making new laws about what it is. It is thinking about the businesses. I personally have invested $500,000 into High Springs over the last year. We're bringing in, we have 18 employees that are starting up. I have spent the last year, and you know, because it's literally been a year now that we've been working on that darn building, okay? I have watched every Sunday people drive up and drive away from the brewery because they're not open. They want to be there for the games. They want to be there for the entertainment of Super Bowl, Gator games, all those activities coming from the Springs. What is your goal for this town? Sales tax money is increased. Employees have jobs. People are able to spend the money in the town. People have better salaries, better opportunities. My question to you is, what is your goal? What is your passion for High Springs? It is not a morality issue. If I drink, that doesn't make me less of a Christian than you. And that's not what this is about. It's about the fact that these are antiquated laws that have been repealed over 100 years ago in many places. And now, this is the first I've seen this, and I don't agree with all of it, but I will say, come Sunday, 9 a.m., whatever, does it make that big of a difference to add that few hours? People cross over to Columbia County. I have seen that bar just right across the river, and it is packed on a Sunday. They're gonna go if they're gonna go, and it's not about the alcohol. It's about the opportunities for the businesses. It's about the opportunities for the people of the town, and that's more important than anything. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, May. I will just go.
I'm Elizabeth. I just want to say I'm 25 years old, and not one single drop of alcohol has touched my mouth. And you might say that I've missed out, but you would be right. I've missed out on the heartache. I've missed out on being beaten up by a drunken father. I've missed out on all that heartache of alcohol that brings. And the truth is, it is a morality issue, because the Bible says that wine is a mocker and strong drink is raging, and whosoever deceived thereby is not wise. And I've heard some people say that they want to say that Jesus drank wine, but the truth is he didn't. If you look at the Bible and the words of the Bible, and if you look at it, you'll see that it's not the same wine. I could have my the pastor of my church and the assistant pastor of my church who were just in here earlier, they could come up and tell you that it's not the same wine if you look at, I think it's the Greek word. But I just want to say that I am against this.
Madam Mayor, I know this has been a very long night. Distinguished, so I won't take a long time. But I just want to say that I am in favor for this because, as it's been said before, I think that it's going to bring prosperity to the businesses. And in order for a city to be healthy, the businesses need to be healthy. And this is, just, in my opinion, just kind of a no-brainer. I mean, there's a reason that everybody else is going by this particular law. And I think that the there's a reason for that. And anyway, I think that if the businesses are doing well, the city will do well and will stay healthy. So I just want to, for the record, say that I am for this. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Todd White. I'm not a public speaker, so be patient with me. As far as alcohol goes, my dad was not an alcoholic, but you could say I was. I was arrested, had about 3 years in a PTI program. Was charged going 17 years to prison, which luckily God worked that out. So you can tell I'm already biased against this. And as far as I hear, it's not about morality. If it's not, then what are you guys going for? I mean, shouldn't the town be about morality, integrity, or are we just about money? Thank you.
My name's Chris Francis. I was just sitting there trying to think, if we had a little bit more time for our business to do their stuff for, say, on Sunday, it would help. We've only got 6,000 people or so in our town. That ain't gonna sustain our businesses to be able to keep everybody flourishing. We need the income from other people, you know, and that was really just the biggest thing. We need just another little bit for, you know, some of our other people to come in, leave in the Springs, stop at Great Outdoors, stop at the brewery, have a drink before they go, you know, eat dinner, have you know, one of the food trucks there, stuff like that. It's just a good time. People can gather. It's just something to think about.
Okay.
In front of big crowds, but we moved up here about 2 years ago, and we come to this area. I've been coming up here for about 50 years, and we're from the Bradenton area, but we come up here because we felt it was a cleaner, more moral area than when we came from. Now, I've heard a lot of stuff on morality tonight. Morals will lead you in different directions. And we've seen what drunk driving, deaths on the highways, and all these things that are involved in drunk driving and alcohol and all these things, broken families from the area we came from. We moved up here because we thought it would be a more wholesome area, so when our grandkids and our children came, that they would be safer, they would have a better place to grow up and visit, and we'd hate to see that change. We love the area, and we love the way it is right now. We'd like to see things a little better, but nothing's perfect. But I'm against it. That's pretty plain. I'm against changing it, and I'd like it to stay the way it is or even roll back further. So that's what I got to say tonight.
Yeah, I'm not a speaker either. But I heard you in the very beginning. The problem is when we did come up here as on vacation and getting away, it ain't the restaurant. Nobody's open. Maybe if the antique shops were open, maybe if you had a flea market, maybe if you had some other stores. It ain't the drinking. The drinking ain't gonna do nothing. I came from a father that was an alcoholic. I watched him beat my mother. And I had the privilege, as long as I stayed in the home, I could drink anytime I wanted. But I chose not to. I chose to bring my kids up with no alcohol. And I work at Winn-Dixie part-time. If they want it at 7 in the morning, just come in Saturday night and get it. That's all they can do, you know. They don't need it to come in and get it first thing in the morning. They can get it Saturday night. That's all I gotta say.
Good evening. My name's Phil Beasley. Me and my wife are fairly new to the area. We live in Brantford, come to church here in High Springs, and we're on this Highway 27 a lot. And we moved up from Hillsborough County, and I'm sure you guys probably, I am shocked at how dangerous this road is. There's a lot of serious traffic accidents, and us and a lot of the other people almost see them almost daily. And just if you extend the hours, is that just going to compound that problem that's already there? And it's a serious problem because there's you can't even count all the crosses from here to Brantford on the side of the road, whether they're alcohol related or not. It's needs to be controlled as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, sir.
My name's Brent Emerson, and I've been resident here in High Springs since I was a child, living in the city limits since 1971. And don't articulate very well, but with the group that I'm with the local church, Victory Springs Independent Baptist Church, the people that's already spoken, and there's actually several more. We won't have time to go through them, but alcohol changes the attitudes of people. It's a fact. It changes the it makes you altered mental status. And I mean, I care about the people in the city, and just really everything that has been said that's against it, I support that I'm against it. And I know it's like come into town, have a good time, family restaurants, happy, joy, cheer. But alcohol changes the attitudes, and it really does. It changes the attitudes, it changes the spirit. We don't want to be drunken with wine, be led by the Holy Spirit, because that's what I believe. And when I grew up here, it didn't used to be like that. We didn't have the type of ordinances that are proposing to be put in place. We haven't had that. That's not the way it's been. And it's been a happy, wonderful place. Other people were saying the degradation, morality. I mean, I agree. I've seen the change myself. So, but I appreciate, the people serving here from High Springs. And I just want y'all to know that as a resident, all my life, I stand for the safety of the people, for the safety, because I actually live 2 blocks off of Main Street by Badcock's Furniture Store. And, late at night, I mean, I hear Great Outdoors, another issue, but I'm just saying, what is that more going to do for the neighborhoods around at that time of night, going further, and then on Sundays, in the quiet, historical, loving, wonderful neighborhoods that I grew up with, and that we do have the quietness other than, some weekend music and stuff. But I'm just saying, what more or way would it more degrade in that nature? So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, this is something I never did over the last 20 years I've been sitting here on this dais to speak as a pastor. But I'm going to speak as a pastor right now. A young man said something that he said he had more people coming in the great outdoors to be loved on Sunday. I take offense to that. We have many churches, and just about every church in this city on Sunday is full. Get the love of God for me and others. So I take offense to that. I mean, very, very offense to that, to say that.
Then you misunderstood.
No, sir, I'm speaking now. You said that. Yes, you did. You said that. But I'm just wanting to let you know. I just want to let you know. First Baptist, Mount Carmel, Shiloh, Allen Chapel, Victory at Springs, Impact, and the list go on and on and on. On Sunday mornings, be filled with people that's being loved. Thank you. Now, the second thing, I put my commissioner hat back on now. The bird's a totally different animal. It's totally different. May have something we need to work on, but that's totally different from restaurants. So maybe that's something we can work on. And second of all, High Springs is no, let me back up for a minute. I can remember the days you couldn't serve any alcohol here in High Springs. We as a commissioner stood here and compromised to make sure we try to make everybody happy, and I thought we did so. I really thought we did so. Now, is this going to help High Springs economy-wise to sell alcohol for a few more hours on Sunday? I don't think so. And I'm not speaking from a pastor, but from a commissioner standpoint right now. I just can't see it making that big of an impact economically in High Springs. And I have to think about all the residents of High Springs that don't want it in this city. And I would imagine over 90% don't want it. Don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with businesses. But you need to come up with some other creative ways to make money. And then when we did do it, you said out your mouth, they did start making money when we changed it. So if it ain't broke, why try to fix it? And see, that's why I don't like for some type of stuff come up, because it brings too much division in our city. And we don't, that is not High Springs. This is my home. I love this town. And maybe you do too. But why would we want to bring this kind of confusion and division into the city over about alcohol? And again, if you want to drink, that's fine. I used to drink, but my morals say it wasn't good for me. So I stopped and saved money. So just to make it say it's going to bring some more economy, how many businesses be open downtown that are going to benefit from this? 2 or 3? High Springs is bigger than that. High Springs is much bigger than that. And I'm going to say this now. And this is a Christian town. This is a Christian town. Always have been, and I believe with deep down in my heart, it always will be a Christian town. I know everybody isn't, and everybody not. So why would I say, just because you don't like it, Christians, or believe what Christians believe, that don't give you the point to say that we don't have no rights neither. Sir, please do not speak for the audience. You've been very disrespectful right now. The whole time you spoke, I said a word. Until you stepped on my toes. But I don't agree with this here. 6 hours. It's going to make that big of a difference in High Springs to make that much more money? I don't think so. I really don't think so. And in most cases, that's the day. If you don't go to church, most people rest on Sunday so they can get up the next morning and go to work. I'm 65 years old, and that's the way it's been since I've been a little boy. I just do not see, and changing this ordinance going to help the city of High Springs as a whole. And I always speak from that point. If it ain't going to help High Springs as a whole, why do it? Just for a few. It ain't right. It's just not right. And again, I'm going to say this and I'm going to leave it alone. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's not broke, so I'm totally against changing this ordinance. Totally against it. Totally. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. All right. So now, do we need to do anything else with this? You want to vote on this?
Unless there's a motion on the floor. Madam Mayor.
Well, Commissioner?
Having heard everybody and hearing everything, even though I disagree with some of you, that's my prerogative. I think that Commissioner Williams made a good point. Why not let the citizens choose? So I would put forward that we make a referendum, put it on a ballot, and the citizens of High Springs can vote what they would like to have happen on Sundays.
Madam Mayor, I totally disagree with that. It would bring so much confusion and too much turmoil in the city of High Springs. I don't want to see that happen to High Springs. It would tear this town apart. I would not want to, I don't want to entertain that. It would tear this town apart. It would tear this town apart. We're better than that. We're better than that. Over 6 hours and 2 hours, we're much better than that. No, I just, I'm compassionate now. Because that's, I love High Springs. I love
So
High
do I.
Springs. So, yeah, you sure do. But you ain't, I'm through with that. I'm totally against it. And I'm not coming from a Christian standpoint. I'm speaking as a commissioner right now. Now, you come to my pulpit on Sunday, and I tell you what I got to say from there. Should you have a vote on what? Should we have a vote on it? You do have a voice. You do have a voice. I'm through with this. See, that's why I didn't want the stuff to come this kind. That's why I wanted to come here.
So I'm pretty sure we're not ready to take any action on this tonight to move it forward. But I guess we all need to take some look at, if we're going to say most of the people believe in something, or that, the people don't want it, we shouldn't be unwilling to find out if that really is the barometer. So I'm not saying that it isn't a reasonable idea to potentially go that route, but what we're hearing right now is either it's fine the way it is, or we could have a conversation about tweaking these hours like a lot of people suggested. But like most issues, you shouldn't solve them in the moment. And I'm just not, at this point, willing to take any, I don't think we should take any action. And that this is something we need to continue to talk to people in the community about.
This item is set up as a discussion, consider and provide direction.
Yes.
So there's no action tonight.
Thank
other
you.
than what direction you would like staff to go.
I said, if it ain't fixed, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Leave it alone.
Madam Mayor, if I may, so we're supposed to provide direction, and I agree with Commissioner Ambrose that I don't think there's really any action to be taken tonight. I would still like to request, if possible, that Chief Shepherd look at all of this and weigh in on what he thinks about this in terms of the impact to the public safety. That would be important input to me. And I want to thank you guys all. This meeting has blown me away. We've never had so much passion and so much involvement, and it fills my heart to see so many people participating. And I thank you all so much for being here.
So we're going to put this aside for tonight?
No motion.
No motion.
I do need a little more direction. So when you say you want the chief to go look at, the safety repercussions or implications, if there are any, are we supposed to bring it back after he does his research, or are we just supposed to disseminate it to y'all internally? Like, what are we supposed to do after that?
I think if Chief Shepherd looked at it from a safety perspective and conferred with other police officers in the area, maybe he could just come back and give us a report on what his opinion is from a law enforcement perspective. I'm sorry to put you on the hot seat, Chief. I know that's not fair. And then maybe after he gave us data, we could decide on the direction after that. I don't know if there's any other direction to be taken other than that, from my perspective at this point.
And I'd be fine if it was, outside of the commission chambers, you just provided us data. And then whether we make a decision to bring anything back that we might act on, that would be a whole nother process. And I also think this is a little fair to the chief, because at that point he can have conversations without having this in, because he's a law enforcement, he's not a policymaker.
Okay. I hate to put the weight on Antoine, though, on the chief. Yeah, I hate to do that to him.
Fooling with the majority of people done spoke.
Yeah, I don't know what it's gonna change.
This be an appropriate time to take a quick bathroom break?
Sure. Can we get a motion to adjourn for 5 minutes?
Brief recess?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5-minute recess.
That's okay.
5-minute recess, please. Thank you, everyone. All right, item number 3. Discuss, consider, and act on appointing a new member to the planning board.
We received one, we had someone that is leaving the planning board.
Yes, Walsh.
Yep, and he will, I went ahead and advertised, and we got one application just in. That's the only one that came in.
All right. Looks like a good candidate. Everybody agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
All
Would you like a
right.
motion?
Yep. Not
I'm-
promotion, no. A motion,
Oh.
not promotion.
Oh, a motion, yes. I make a motion, we approve Mark Bertocci's application to join the plan board based on the qualifications presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second that we get a new member added to the planning board, Mr. Picocci. All those in favor respond with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So welcome to Mr. Picocci. All right, let's move to the next item. That was an easy one, thank you. Thank you. Item number 4. Discuss, consider, and act on appointing a liaison to the Chamber of Commerce. All right? Number 4. Yeah, it's no attachment to it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I understand we have a volunteer that would love to fill this position for us. And do we have any comments otherwise? And I understand she's in the audience waiting to hear from us. And we would like to hear from her. Ashley, any comments from you?
So, Sue Weller came to my office and I spoke with her at FarmShare, and she expressed interest in being the council liaison to the chamber, and then you had people talk with you, so we put it on the agenda for discussion.
Yes.
And she's here to answer any questions.
Yeah, I asked it to put it on there after she discussed it with us, and I'm glad to see it.
So,
We're waiting to hear from you.
Can I ask a question before she speaks?
Yes, you may.
So now, what would be the duty of the liaison? So what would be the purpose?
Does she have any experience in public service?
Just a little bit.
You might want, Catherine has been the liaison, and so the role she has been performing on behalf of the chamber is kind of, and if I'm wrong on any of this, let me know, an intermediary on events. If that's expanded any, that's up to the commission. Typically, the role of liaisons, in most organizations, the commission picks a liaison if they want one. And then they typically would attend the meetings and come back to us and discuss what happened at the meetings, any actions that have been taken. Normally, in most instances with the chamber, that person might sit on the board. But we don't have anyone that sits on the board with the chamber. So I don't know how that would work, but they would just be involved in all capacities with the chamber and see where the city could be involved in a positive manner.
All right, thank you.
Is that how you see it, Sue?
Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I think as many of you know, I've been a longtime resident. I've been involved in many areas with the city. After hearing the commission meeting on the discussion with the city and the chamber, between the city and the chamber, I just felt that there needs to be someone to kind of act as an intermediary between the two, to try and represent actually both sides with the different concerns that they have. I think that the chamber has done a marvelous job. I've been a member of the chamber for many, many years. I've been a member of a Kiwanis organization for many years. I understand how organizations work, how nonprofit organizations work. I understand what it takes to put on events. And I believe that there is a need for a communication between the city and the chamber to see where each one wants to go and how each one can help each other. And that's why I came forward and volunteered to act as liaison, if that is your desire.
Mayor?
Yeah, I was sort of looking for the chamber president to come tonight, but see, she didn't. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Traditionally, we've never had a liaison, but there
Yes, we
is,
do.
I mean, we had someone, but we never appointed, did we? Because I can never remember sitting in a meeting where we appointed someone.
Yeah, we did.
We did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because that's new to me, but I'm at the point where, and particularly based on a lot of comment from chamber members, where they felt the chamber needed to operate as an independent organization. And what you've just said, there appears to be a lack of communication between the city. So not only do I feel it would be event-based, but you touch very much on it, good communication. And I do believe you had some experience negotiating union agreements with government. So
Yes.
if you can do that for the city of Miami for all union contract negotiations, I think that's a skill set that none of us in this room could touch.
Not at all.
So I appreciate, as a citizen with experience, not only sitting up here, but being able to really look at both sides and create that communication is something maybe we could benefit from right now.
Comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, if I may. I'm also a little bit, I guess, concerned that the chamber isn't here, because my predecessor, who served in this role, was approached by the chamber to fill that role, as was I. So my role that I've been filling, not for that long, has been at the pleasure of the chamber president, and I'm not sure that the city is we did not appoint the predecessor, and I think when Linda was serving in that role, it was because there was a fair bit of staff turnover, and she was just trying to help bridge that gap. And I think now that we've got the new CRA, lovely, lovely lady, who is the point of contact, I think that communication line has become much, much better. But I don't know that, like I said, I serve at the pleasure of the chamber. The commission did not ask me to. The chamber asked me to. The chamber asked Linda to. So I don't think that that's a decision that we can make without the chamber being part of that conversation.
Mayor?
Yes.
I absolutely do not believe anybody should be a city representative to an organization that the organization chooses. Either this body appoints a liaison or they are not a recognized representative. And whether that's staff and it's Amy or it's Sue or someone else, but an organization does not get to choose who they want to be the appointed person. That's just totally inappropriate.
I respect that opinion. That's totally fine. I have no problem doing whatever I can to help the chamber. I'm going to be cleaning potties and picking up trash at Pioneer Days. I'd love help. That'd be awesome. My daughter will be there. It'll be a great time. My goal was really simple, was just to help augment and help in any way I can. I don't wear that title. I don't force my opinion. I don't have an agenda. My agenda was simply to help on both sides. If it's the city's pleasure that there be no official liaison, that's absolutely up to the city, but I still maintain that this conversation shouldn't be happening without the chamber being present.
I just confirmed with staff, Ashley called Sharon earlier today, and she said she would not be in attendance for the meeting tonight. So Ashley Malton did contact her and make her aware of the item, had a discussion with her about it, and she stated that she would not be in attendance tonight for the meeting.
Okay.
I appreciate that. She may or may not she may have had something else going on. I don't know.
We did reach out again today.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm just not quite sure why this is now a commission vote, but I certainly support if that's what the commission wants to do. That's absolutely okay. But I do not think it's appropriate without the independent organization's representative being involved in that conversation.
To add something here, that she decided who she wanted as a liaison without ever talking to staff or the commission. And that's atypical. Normally, someone sends something out saying they need a liaison, some organization does, and the entire time I've worked for 30 years, the council or commission picks the liaisons. That's what is standard.
Well, if we're gonna have a new approach, because this was kind of an informal thing. It was simply informal to try to help bridge a gap. And if there's no longer a need for that, there's no longer a need for that. If the commission wants to formalize it with the chamber, I support that as well, absolutely.
I think we need a liaison that we appoint to work with the chamber. The last time the chamber was in here, things were not good, quite frankly. I've heard many issues from staff about things not going well. So we need somebody that we dictate, that we put in order to, as they've said, bridge that gap and to be those, and to go back with our direction and for us to understand what's going on as well. And I think that with the number of people that the chamber probably has on their, I assume they have a board, and for them not to be able to have anybody come here, I think speaks volumes to maybe the lack of wanting to partnership with us that was maybe brought up in one of the very recent last meetings. That to me is concerning, that nobody could show up. I understand it was last minute. It's been noticed for a week now. So, but I don't know. I'm a little concerned, and I think that we need to have a liaison that we put forward.
So, Mayor?
Yes.
A question for the attorney. If we appoint someone who's not staff, like Ms. Weller, would that be covered under the sunshine laws such that she couldn't be going between us and the chamber, or she could still talk with us?
She can talk,
Okay.
because she doesn't have a vote, so that's
Okay,
fine.
thank you.
Any other questions? No? All right.
Make a motion.
I want to ask the audience for comments. Audience comments? Okay.
I make a motion because I think it would work in the best interest of the city to have someone who's not even staff right now to help bring some clarity to our communications channels and how we've been operating. So I'm going to make a motion. We appoint Sue Weller, who has volunteered to be a liaison between the city and the chamber.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second that Sue Weller be appointed as the liaison between the chamber and the commission. All those in favor respond with aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
No, we can't do that without the chamber being present. I just don't, I think we're way overstepping here.
All right, motion carries 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Okay, number 5. Discuss, consider, and provide directions on edits to the commission orientation guide.
Madam Mayor, this is an item that your attorney's office, Danielle's gone through this and made some edits to it, and your city manager has been working on. It's really, probably Commissioner Grunder could speak the most to this issue, since he is our newest commissioner, but I think your manager is trying to implement a orientation procedure that is helpful to new commissioners that come on, and may not be familiar with all the areas of municipal government. There's the outline, and of course you have your chart of who's who in the public service and the employees of the city, and how the manager is able to supervise all employees. Danielle added the rules of civility, and of course that's one of those things that's really, really important in every meeting that we have. The provision that's stated to a new commissioner that public records are your responsibility as a commissioner, and so if you're involved in areas of email, electronic communication, then you have to preserve that, because that may be something that it's in your custody and control, and if you're asked for that down the road, then you need to respond. Who the charter officers are and what their purposes are, which is really dedicated to what is in your charter. And then your department heads, it has an outline for all of that. And all the public information office and Kevin and all that sort of thing is outlined in the document. Government and Sunshine Law, of course, is there, and it gives a site you can go to learn more about that. Ethics and training, hopefully y'all will take advantage of that this year when we do that, the 4 hours that you have to have. We'll be doing that again at Folds Walker, and hopefully you'll be able to take a part of that. There are other ways of meeting your 4-hour requirement, but that's also there. So this is a nice, I think, starting point. I think your manager and certainly will help, and any of your department heads will help in the orientation process, however your manager wishes to structure that down the road, but this is a terrific first step, Madam Mayor. So this is really informational at this point. If you see anything you want to direct us to do differently, we'll certainly do that, but this is I believe, a very nice start by your manager.
Any comments, commissioners?
Well, I think it's a very good idea,
I think so too.
because when you first get up here, you don't know it all.
Nope.
Oh, this is fantastic. I've been learning by fire hose, so.
Yeah, and that's,
Madam Mayor, if I may ask a question. So, Mr. Walker, this is a document that existed and is being revised, is that correct?
I'm not sure when it was started. I'm not sure.
Because
when
I
that-
never saw it. No offense to Commissioner Grunder, but when I was the new kid on the block, I didn't get one of these.
Well, and I think
It's
the idea
been really
is-
helpful.
I think the idea is for that purpose. Whenever a commissioner
No,
comes
this is
in,
great.
that you have something at least structural.
This is great.
That you can.
Yeah, no,
that
this
you
is
can
very
point
good.
to.
Yeah, this was an existing document that has kind of, it fell to the wayside. It
Okay.
needed to be updated. There was a lot of work that went into resurrecting it to bring it back. So that's where we're at now. There is an edited version in the back of your packet that shows what edits were made, some changes. It was old enough to still show code enforcement and like law enforcement, PD, and some other things. So all that's been updated, city staff's been updated, things along those lines.
I say proceed.
Absolutely proceed.
I think it's a good document that you prepared. I think that's what staff should be doing to help us, build that consistency and education. And not everybody will have spent a lot of time sitting here in the chambers, and even if you do, you don't understand it all. So, yeah.
well, I learned a lot of stuff when I went to, I forgot what they call it.
Florida League of City?
Florida League of City, but there used to be a spot for new commissioners. I can't remember, something about newcomers. That's where a lot of stuff I learned, but this would be great for new commissioners.
Yes, it will.
And maybe even, once you get it all like we should, we all
Get a copy.
copy of it and be a part of it and bring us up to
It'd
to
be
do.
great for a yearly review, just to kind of go over
Yeah.
it too, just for discussion, even when new commissioners are coming on board.
Mhm.
Kind of refresh everybody's memory.
Yeah.
Very good.
All right.
Okay, so we clear on this one?
Yes.
All right, number 6. Discuss, consider, and act on providing a sponsorship to the High Springs Robotic Team.
May I speak, Mayor?
Yes, you may.
So at the last meeting, y'all received a presentation from the High Springs Robotics Team. There is a request for a sponsorship. The robotics team, the Parks and Rec Department hosts them. The city does, by allowing them space in the Poe Room. And they are now going to an invitational in California where 80 teams compete worldwide. So it's a very big deal, and Jason Sweat is here to discuss it. He's the head robotics coach, I understand.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you guys for having us back again and for considering this. But yes, like City Manager said, we were invited to Long Beach, California to compete against 80 of the top teams in the world. These are 9 10-year-old through 13-year-old kids from around the community of High Springs who have come together to form a team. This is our second year in existence. They will compete in the state championships not this Saturday, but next Saturday in Jacksonville. And then we are, hopefully with a sponsorship from the city, on our way to Long Beach, California in May to represent the city of High Springs and what these kids have accomplished with those folks out there. So.
Yes.
I talked with staff about what we've done in the past when we've had opportunities to support young people and organizations that have a chance to be recognized outside of the community by competing at a different level. And that's been sports, it's been band, it's been a number of different things. And the amount that seemed typical and within range has been about $2,500 for something that was a national level experience. And I would absolutely be in support if the staff tells me there's a place in the budget that this comes from.
Diane has identified some places.
Good evening. So, very few places. So, the commission has a couple of items in your budget that have not been used, and I spoke with Angela about it and making sure that they weren't projects that you guys had already talked about or we'd already committed the money. So, promotional activity, you have a line item for $2,500 for promotional activity. Nothing has been spent so far on that. And of course, the Mayor's Youth Council, I know that you're starting to work on that, but nothing's been spent on that, and there is $2,000 there. And the final one is travel and training for the commission. There's $3,000 in that line item. Again, I don't know if you had plans for training or anything, but so those are the 3 items that are fully available. It's at your pleasure what you want to do with those lines. I've been working on, since we're getting to the 6-month point in the fiscal year, I've been working on looking at projections for the year. We honestly do not have a penny in any of the operational areas, and we're going to have to really tighten up to finish the year on budget. So that's kind of how I came back to the commission line items, because they're not operational, and not to make you spend your own money, but they were areas that didn't have a commitment already. And then, of course, there's always ARPA, but that's not, that's a whole different topic altogether. But it seems like these would probably fit in the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah. I mean,
Typically, those are items that money isn't expended from too much by the time the year ends. I mean, travel typically has a little bit. The Mayor's Youth Council is starting up. I don't know what was ever spent financially on that in the past.
It doesn't seem that there was a lot spent there, so.
well, the Mayor's Youth Council, a whole nother topic, because I want
Yeah.
that to happen.
Yeah.
And we have some applications, so maybe that should come back on an agenda item in the near future. but I think between the, what is it, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's $7,500. So halfway through the year, we've got $7,500 in 3 categories we haven't budgeted and aren't traditionally heavily used. I think we can direct Diane to manage that between those 3 accounts, and the commission should appropriate $2,500. And I'd make that a motion if that were, you were ready, but I don't know, there's other discussion. And I'm supposed to move a light tower.
Madam Mayor, if I may. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You just, oh, you on the phone?
No, I'm not. I'm just turning the alarm off.
All right, I don't want to take the money out of the mayor's youth councils, if that's what you're saying.
Fair enough. So out of the $7,500, if you want to say not take any, so then that would leave $3,500 between the other 2 accounts, and we don't touch mayor's youth council.
Yeah, leave
I'm fine with that.
just
I
in
want to
case.
support it.
I don't know
Okay.
where we're going with that just yet, so I would rather leave those funds there just in case we really got something, interesting going on. But the others, I don't have any problem with if we want to take the money from between those 2 either way you like.
So, trip to Lake City, Tallahassee.
Oh.
Is there an expense to that? Do we have to? I know you got to pay for registration.
Yeah, I think it's very minor. Like, it might be reimbursement of mileage, a meal or 2, but I would say under $500. I mean, I think under $200, it might not even cost anything. Like, if something minor comes up that we aren't anticipating, but typically doesn't really cost much of anything.
Madam Mayor, there's, how much in the travel, Diane, I'm sorry, I should have written it down, I'm sorry.
$3,000.
$3,000 in travel. I have no problem if I'm gonna traveling on my own dime to help share some of that love, no problem. But I wonder if this might also be an opportunity, because I mean, you picked the wrong night to be the last guy on the agenda, buddy. You saw our community tonight. If you were here the whole time, you might have been in the stairwell, but I wonder if there would be an opportunity to take some money from the travel funds from the commission and open up an opportunity for the community to maybe do some fundraising. The Women's Club cooks some real wicked good spaghetti. And I mean, I'm not a member of a Women's Club and I can't speak for them, but there may be an opportunity for, like, the Creamery donated all of their proceeds in one day, the entire sales, for one sick kid in our community. Mm-hmm. And this is who we are. At least this is who we've been. There's been some ripples, but tonight showed the heart of this community. And I feel certain that if we had an opportunity to share the opportunity with business owners, that there may be, Friday night, Philly cheesesteak, 5% of your Philly cheesesteak. No, Jeff says no. I just wonder if we might also, because then, if we gave some money, maybe $1,000, $1,500, whatever, from the travel fund, but you still need more, obviously. If we couldn't make it across the finish line with the community, when do you travel?
It is May 11th.
So it's coming up. It's coming up soon.
May 12th, 13th, and 14th, it says on
It's
here.
coming up soon. Maybe something at Pioneer Days. There's going to be a lot of people here at Pioneer Days, and there may be an opportunity to fundraise some too. I would certainly help cook spaghetti if there's an opportunity, but I have no problem taking some of the money out of the travel because I'll pay for my own gas.
Last year, we spent $330.50 out of training and travel. For the legislative days last year, we spent $150.
Okay.
Nobody went.
What's
Yeah.
the other one? Promotion? What's the 2,500 out of promotional? What is that?
Professional activity,
What's that? I don't even know.
or whatever you want to use it for.
How much in there?
2,500.
I think this is, call me crazy. Great way to promote the city. Let's talk about this. We got we're High Springs, right? 6,000 people, and we're gonna go compete with people from all over the world with some 10 to 13-year-olds to give them one chance at this. And we've already beat a bunch of people up. I would love for High Springs to go out to Long Beach, California, and beat a couple more people up. And then they come back and they're like, who in the hell is High Springs, Florida? And how do we get to doing what they're doing? And it looks to me like the community's come up with $14,250.
Correct.
It's time we do our part too. I would, when we're ready, I think I'm directly on with Commissioner Ambrose. Promotion, I don't think this is a better thing to do than $2,500 out of that from us.
I can't remember in the past what we used it for.
I was just about to say, we could take the whole 2,500 out of promotional and wipe it out and be done with it.
And then I don't have to wonder what it is. Now I know.
Now you know.
We
Now
didn't
we
never
promote.
use it.
Well, I'm thinking.
But you still need help bridging the gap. If 2,500 is not going to get you all the way there.
That's right.
And I have a lot of faith in our community.
I agree.
I'll help you in any way I can to spread the word.
I agree. And one thing I will say is that, you know, from the CBS news article and other articles that have gone on the Facebook and that kind of stuff, I mean, the attention that has come to High Springs and the robotics program itself, you know, already right now looking at the potential of tripling the size of the program next year with additional teams in different age groups, older age groups, younger age groups. First Christian Academy has reached out to the city to help them establish a STEM program within their school from the success of our robotics program over the last 2 years.
And that's awesome.
So, I mean, we're already making an impact on the community, and this is only going to further that impact, so.
All right.
Madam Mayor, I did find where that we used the promotional activities in the past.
We
when We
did?
did the Greater Gainesville Guide.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
How much was that?
Well, that year, we have
Yeah.
2,500 in there this year, but that year we spent 5,000. So
Whoa.
we're still doing that. We split it with the CRA.
Yeah, I think, no, we are not doing that. I don't think that we felt like there's enough benefit to continue doing it.
Okay.
And the budget year end with October?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're halfway through.
Yeah, let's go.
Thomas gonna get 5,000.
The man in the back. Thomas, that's impressive.
Well,
right there.
I will do this. If you want a fundraiser, I'll cook all the butts you want to sell, and I'll donate the first 2 cases. That's 16 butts. That's $45.
I got 2 cases.
How about 2?
I got 2.
I got to grill the whole.
I've had his cooking. Say yes. Thomas, I'll help you if I can learn at your knee how you do that.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
All right.
I make a motion, we use $2,500 out of promotional expenses to support the Frogmen in their efforts to go show the world with, what is it, gracious
Professionalism.
professionalism, one of the core values of the program, how amazing we are.
That's right.
Second.
All right, it has been properly moved and second that we take the $2,500 from our promotional and training fee and use for our robotics team. All those in favor respond with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you guys so much.
All right.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Can we start with them next time?
Yes.
Or maybe break up a couple things
We're
with
gonna be
them?
looking for a trophy when you come back. All right, at this time, we are ready for city attorney report and update.
Nothing to report, Madam Mayor, but I would like to tell Brad to tell John what a wonderful job he did on the Planning and Zoning Board. And we have a really, really good, solid group on that board, and John was a really, really stalwart
Oh,
member.
John Walsh.
John Walsh.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I may not see him, so.
I'll see his wife. I may not see him, but I'll see the
Tell him
wife.
we thank him for his
All right,
service. He
I
did a
will.
wonderful job.
That way. City manager?
Mayor, CJ is here. He's been here all night to talk about the Babe Ruth baseball. they have the new ceremony. Was it this weekend? The inaugural jamboree. So will y'all tell us a little bit more about it?
This, I believe it's the, Madam Mayor, this is the 43rd, I believe, 43rd or 44th annual Santa Fe Babe Ruth Jamboree. And it will be held with this, at the City of Alachua at 9:15. It would be nice if you guys would like to show up. I'd like to recognize you guys. And Santa Fe Baseball is a joint effort between the City of High Springs and the City of Alachua. And it's a wonderful program. It's a volunteer-based program. And, yeah. It's quite nice, and all the teams will be recognized, both softball and baseball, the high school team, the middle school teams as well, and it would be nice to see you guys out there to get recognized. Thank you.
That's this weekend?
That's correct. That is correct, 9:15
You're
at the
gonna
World
break
Series.
my streak, because I'm gonna miss it this year. For some reason, I think I'm busy on Saturday.
Saturday is a busy day.
The other thing is Tractor Supply is supposed to be having, I think, a soft opening this week, but the real opening, I think, is supposed to be April 1st. And we're getting more details to get exact times and everything. We'll get to y'all. So be on the lookout for that. I'll have Ashley call y'all and/or send an email. The other thing is, I think Angela's been sending several emails out regarding items that y'all would want for the joint county-city meeting coming up, and several of you have responded. But I just wanted to let y'all know, I think it's Monday we have a meeting with the city, county, to go over the agenda. So we need those items now, if there's any additional items that haven't already been given to Angela. And like Monday morning by 8. So if you haven't responded, in an email in writing.
Okay.
So anything controversial and your name's going on it, joke. And and you know, Wall Dogs is here, and I think they look really good. And got to go out and paint a little today with my son, and we enjoyed it. So it's pretty cool.
All right, Third Well has power, so it's going through all the startups and runs and getting all the stuff together. Testing will be heading out here shortly. Water tower maintenance is well underway. They're just about done with the inside of the tank. It should be finished on the inside, being painted tomorrow.
Okay.
They've already started some on the outside, so you probably see the red and things on the outside of the tower right now. April 1st, soccer season starts. Phase 2 of paving starts April 3rd. The mayor from Newberry was here. He had to leave. He was here for the original presentation. He just got lost in the shuffle. Also, he was going to let the commission know tonight that Newberry did receive a $2 million grant for the regional sewer plant. So that there's been some funding awarded already. That was part of what I spoke about with the additional attorney and agreements and things along those lines. So that's going to be coming forth to the commission here shortly as well for further discussion. And that's all I got.
I had one more thing, Mayor, I want to add.
Okay. I thought there was another one.
What was there?
Go right ahead.
Oh, the one that I just.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the House of
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So anyway, staff had submitted for appropriations to be put towards the Praise Theater. We submitted for 1.2 million. Okay, we figured if we got 1.2 million, that would be enough to purchase and renovate the whole thing to a good level. So through the House, $600,000 was approved. It hasn't gone to the Senate yet. We are going to make a call at the beginning of the week and let them know that we need more than $600,000. Again, it's up to y'all if y'all want to support it or not. It's one of those situations you can come back and say, no, I don't want it. Or you can come back and say, oh, now we got enough money, it's worth it. But we also will be having money come in from the grant from the county and some other sources we have in mind. So just have it on your radar if this is something you want us to continue moving forward with. And if you don't, then give us a call, and you can call me or email me or text me, and let me know it's something that, that you don't want to pursue further. But we thought we'd do a Hail Mary effort for 1.2 million. And 600,000, getting that far is kind of a big deal.
Were you done? All right, Commissioner Grunder.
CJ, I'll see you Saturday morning. I'll be out there. My daughter's playing that morning anyway. So I'd love to be out there anyway. I've enjoyed, having been a coach for several years, I enjoy being out there every time anyway. You guys do a bang-up job out there, so excited for that. Other than that, I think I've talked enough tonight. So I'm just happy to be here.
Just want to put on everybody's radar that next Thursday night is the Alachua County All-County Honor Band performance at Gainesville High School at 7 o'clock. We have an amazing trumpet player right here at High Springs Community School who is sitting first chair trumpet again. You'd be blown away. I mean, these kids are young and their passion is amazing. So I'll be there. Anybody else is welcome to be there. I was blown away by tonight's meeting, how many people came here, how many people spoke from their heart, and how respectful they were. I mean, they were passionate, but they were respectful, and I'm so grateful to them. And I think we need to continue with that tradition. I just really appreciate their input. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Damon, in the past, the mayor used to throw out the first pitch, right?
You think I can't do it? I'll show you.
Show me. Yeah, please do.
I think you're going to do a fantastic job throwing out the
Yeah. All right. Maybe lose my train of thought.
Just make sure I'm gonna get the right info so I know where to be.
Okay. From Farm Share, we had 28 volunteers. We fed 331 households, 1,121 individuals on that Saturday. Thank y'all, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Calvin and Bruce and City Manager, I've been getting phone calls about your new truck. Yeah, they thought the program was real nice, so people will follow suit from now on. High Spring done set the stage, but and then I seen some of the guys. Was that Sunday? I said, who drove it first? Somebody yesterday drove it first. So maybe I can do a ride along now. I don't have to worry about the door opening up on me. I'm falling out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's true, y'all. What that old Bill Brush truck. Yeah. But with these, I think we'll be able to stay inside. What else I seen in here? I'm glad y'all recognize Charles Richard. Charles Richard. That was my aunt's husband, so he was my uncle.
Yeah.
Yep. And Antoine, I found out what happened to he's gone. Yeah, he ran him off. I always tried to find out what happened to his revolver. That silver, Jim, you probably wouldn't remember, but he always had a silver revolver. I mean, that was the most beautiful gun. And they ended up giving it to a cousin, and nobody knows where it's at.
You don't know where it is.
Yeah, so that would have been a great thing to put
yeah.
to something. I mean, it was beautiful with the pearl handles and the silver. It was on the mark. Only thing he had to do, he had to use a speed loader though. Yeah, well, Antoine, you too young you don't know what a speed loader is, isn't it? Yeah, but thank y'all for recognizing him. I think that's all I have. Yes, that's all I have.
All right, Vice Mayor?
I only have like 7 things. No. I have nothing at this moment other than the need to go move a light tower. So.
All right. The only thing I have is the article on the front with Mr. Richard. I asked Kevin for extra copies, so he gave me extra copies, because his family live right down the street from me, and I thought they would get a big kick out of seeing that. So I'm gonna give them, I thought I was gonna give it to them tonight, but they're gonna have to wait till tomorrow night. But I'll make sure that he get it tomorrow.
I did have one thing. The fire department is hosting a pancake breakfast for donations on Saturday morning from 8 to 10 a.m. with proceeds benefiting the fire department. So don't
Saturday.
forget those folks. Yep,
It's a
Saturday
busy
morning.
day. It's a busy day.
See,
Oh,
get up and have
goodness.
breakfast. You can now come out and do it there.
All right. Everybody ready to go home?
I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to